Welcome to part 2. Old Earth, New Earth, Upgrade, Neptune, Saturn, Metaphysical, Esoteric, Sagittarius to Pisces. We're also going to be talking about the new moon in Capricorn, okay? Which was yesterday at 28 degrees. A lot to talk about, okay? But we gonna get right in through there, all right? What I do, let me see something here. Let me pull up my notes that I have for all y'all. Y'all already know the vibes. It's that type of time right now. Okay. What do I mean by that? Especially approaching Aquarius season and these conjunctions we're gonna have at the time that Aquarius season hits, although we're having a few of them already. Okay, we're back. We are back, okay? So let me so we can stay on track. Okay. Shit, so I can stay on track. We get the traveling. And that's it. Alright, so the previous time we were together, we concluded that live in Scorpio regarding Saturn and Neptune in Aries. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I promise you, every time I come on here, the mindset is one thing before stepping onto the live. And as soon as that live button get the hitting, it's as if all of my ancestors and spirit guides, higher self, we just all get so hyped and excited. Okay? To the point, we just desire to just sit here and allow the energy to just be felt. Just through presence alone. Just through presence alone. Yeah. So, we're going to get right into this. Let me just make sure. What planetary are we in right now? I am Goddess, High Priestess, Empress Avala Pantera. Welcome. Welcome, welcome. We at Mars hour. Gratitude. Gratitude, my beloved Fatima. Gratitude, my love. I feel just as I appear. Gratitude, my love. Yes. Indeed. I am looking for something here. There it is. Okay. Interesting how that even came up. Okay. So, we was talking about Saturn and Neptune changing signs, basically going into the sign of Aries. And Saturn travels through each sign for 2.5 to 3 years, and that's approximate due to the retrogrades it has during that time. And Neptune 13 to 4 years within a sign, each sign. So with that being said, Neptune entered the sign of Pisces 2011. The way you can perceive that would be within these past 13 or 14 years, there's been a dissolving of certain belief systems, especially the ones that no longer serves you, because what you believe in builds the energy in regards to the way you perceive yourself, that I am that I am. But the issue has been during the past 2,000 years, during the age of Pisces, if you look at the symbolic nature of Pisces, the two fishes, right? One is a fish of sorrow, the other one is a fish of power. But through religious belief systems, the collective has been brainwashed into sorrow, therefore looking for, saviors outside themselves, which increase that martyrdom syndrome. And now that it's shifting into Aries, Aries is the sign that expresses itself as a mantra, and it states, I am. Neptune has everything to do with your imagination. If you're someone who's tuned in and tapped in with Neville Goddard, you already know where this is going. Where you hear Neville express beautifully that the essence of the Most High within you, first and foremost, is within you. You are an expression of its source, whatever it is that you consider a higher power, or whatever it is that is greater than your physical essence, even the energy you're connected to, that energy that you're connected to, that Neptune energy is basically the way you would see it in your chart in regards to, okay, this is the way I am connected to the divine based on my imagination. Okay? So with Neptune going into Aries, and Aries says, I am, this is the collective embracing 555 on a timer, where they are allowing themselves, especially after a period of Saturn and Pisces, the past 2.5 to 3.5 years has been more intense in the sense of, okay, these are certain belief systems that is not allowing you to bring the depths of your imagination, what it is that you desire from the truth of all that you are, because there's a certain belief system that is not allowing you to see yourself clearly from that higher standpoint, more so in connection to your higher self. So now that Neptune goes into Aries, it's basically inevitable at this time. Some of you are going to have an easier transition than others in this phase because you're aware of it. Others are going to, along the way experience a little bit more of a challenge. However, they do have that option within that level of transition to switch gears, but that's to each its own. That's one of the major things in during these past 2.5 to 3 years while Saturn was in Pisces is in tarot, that is represented by the Eight of Cups. It's a card of walking away from what you felt was though deep, intense emotions, something that you can continue to work on. However, it reached this breaking point. It reached the threshold. It reached the finish line. The finish line expressed as a threshold, where it's not the end of, let's say, a career as an athlete in track and field, but more so the next phase. Once you cross this line, now you're going into the next dimension or into the next transition or your next phase. So with that being said, okay, said a lot just now. Said a whole lot just now, okay? We're gonna put this in a practical sense, okay? Is that energy of this particular way of seeing life had nothing, absolutely nothing to do with me. So I will not continue on this journey doing the same exact idiot thing that I know within myself no longer serves me. We're not going to continue to waste that type of time. Now, waste in the sense of, because general, everything happens for a reason, right? And those situations have allowed you to get to this point. So it's not necessarily a waste of time, which I've mentioned before. And that even came through, going into deeper reflection within my own journey of life, where you experience situations possibly over and over again, and that's due to not learning the lesson the first couple times, that you would have to repeat this lesson just for you to see it at the core of it, why it no longer serves you, so that way you can connect to a greater source that is dwelling within you, so that way you're able to make precise decisions and movements that have to do with you moving forward. And once you are aware of the why without blaming yourself or others, this is when you go into the next level. Because as long as you know why something is happening, but you are connecting it to guilt and shame, you're sitting stuck at the root, at the base of it, unable to rise on up through your sacral, through your solar plexus, so that way you have that understanding as to where it is you're going towards in matters of the heart, where you balance out the situation. So now you're actually able to speak and connect to your imagination, which is your deepest truth. But if there are situations you are experiencing that alters your perception in connection to anger, fear, betrayal, being lied to, grief, so on and so forth, yeah, you'll actually be, okay, this is where the ego comes into play. And it puts you in a state of pride. This is why it's important to have that conversation with your ego and let it know, listen, all is well. We are ready to move forward. Stop protecting me by filling me with the energy of pride, filling me with the energy of fear, filling me with the energy of anger. That's not allowing me to see the bigger picture of this exact experience that is beautifully designed to get one to move forward. Okay, so with that being said, that was the gist of it all in regards to Saturn and Neptune being in Pisces. Once it enters Saturn, Saturn has to do with law, consequences, and responsibility. And Neptune is connected to imagination, belief, and spiritual reality, while Aries represents initiation, ignition, and first cause. So even though Saturn will only be in Aries for a few years, Neptune will be in Aries for over a decade. And the overlap between the two is marking an initiation window where reality is being rewritten. That's Neptune. Okay. And there's going to be immediate enforcing of action with Saturn also there over the next 2.5 to 3 years. All right. So it's more so of a decisive, irreversible, precise, sharp type of frequency. But as long as you're here, you'll be able to handle that. Some of you may not even have the full knowledge of the language of the stars, which is astrology. Astronomy is the heavens, and the language of the heavens is astrology. You may not have that full recognition, but I promise you, if you're here, it's because you already moved that way. Being here is just attaining the specifics of it. So that way you have a better understanding of situations that you have experienced that are designed to assist you with winning. But as long as you're in this energy of feeling guilty about something or shameful or angry, you're going to be doing too much on yourself that is not productive at all, because you're not seeing the truth of the matter due to the specificity of yourself. because majority live in this realm, different societies where people are being taught through different school systems to operate in the same way. Everybody's first and foremost not designed for the school system. Some of you are perfectly and beautifully designed to learn to remember on your own of how wise you actually are. But I digress from that because we was about to go a whole nother route. Anyway, so part one, you got Aries to Scorpio in that video. This one is from Sagittarius to Pisces. And we'll dive into the new moon in Capricorn because that is also significant. If you're someone who's been watching Stranger Things, this is actually going to help you to put that into perspective too as we move right along. So Sagittarius, you got this here energy of Saturn and Neptune entering Aries for Why is that looking different right there? Hold on, y'all. Let me make some adjustments to what I am looking at. Sheesh, that was all the way there. Interesting. Anyway, so Sagittarius, Saturn and Neptune and Aries is moving into your 5th house. Okay, that is the house of creation, joy, and legacy. So for you, Sagittarius, Sun, Moon, Rising, Sun sign, this has to do with your career or your father. Moon sign, your home, roots, ancestors, your mother. Your rising sign, this is speaking to the character that you're utilizing to play this game of life and handle both aspects, your career, your home, and for some of you, a deeper revelation or epiphany when it comes to the parents you chose, however, which way you recognize, oh, this is a mother or father, or the absence of both, or whichever. That could be very significant here for Sagittarius, where you have gone through a process of remothering and fathering yourself. Okay, because Neptune here is dissolving performative creativity and external validation seeking. Saturn entering Aries in the 5th house is going to be anchoring discipline, creation, and responsibility for what you bring forth. So the way that this is expressed in this upgraded new earth energy is through art, leadership, and the birth of what it is that you are committed to in regards to what it is you are willing to do, and not so much from impulse. So with that being said, what changes is your creative output and the fact that you're noticing how much more commitment is required for that creative output, where what it is that brings pleasure to you, 5th house energy, becomes more intentional. This is also where romantic situations get serious or they end. You're no longer playing the field, just for a moment. You're really making the intention that, aligning with the intention that if you are aligning with someone romantically, that it has to do with bringing the truth of pleasure and joy into your life. So it doesn't alter the way that you are out here creating. Because you can get into partnerships with people where, because of how powerful energy is, that it can be created nor destroyed. Now, instead of you taking action for a more committed and aware standpoint, it makes you more impulsive because of the energy that you're surrounding yourself with. So for you, Sagittarius, this also 5th house speaks to children as well. For you, Sagittarius, over the next 2.5 to 14 years, 2.5 to 3 years, while Saturn is in Aries, Next 13 to 14, while Neptune is in Aries, which is the more important one for real, for real. Because that there. It's important for you to invest time in meaningful creative projects. 19, 16, 7, 16 could be significant. You could have a moon in Cancer, Sagittarius. Take responsibility for what you create. Balance enjoyment with effort. What you're going to want to stop doing, Sag, is chasing excitement without direction and starting projects you abandon, along with seeking attention instead of fulfillment. I feel that you would be more in your stoic type of energy, but still enjoying what it is that you do, especially when you can feel what it is that brings you pleasure and joy, as I feel is actually the verbiage and connection to the heart chakra, along with I love. Never forget that. Anybody tell you different, send them to this video, because that's inaccurate. If they feel as though it's anything else of a lower chakra, we ain't doing all of that, okay? Anyway. Oh. So, we're going to go a little bit deeper into this with some messages for Sagittarius. For this video, I'm not time stamping the signs, but I am time stamping the information in regards to Saturn and Neptune and Aries through all the signs. And then the next timestamp you see is a discussion regarding the new moon in Capricorn. Why am I looking this way? Looking outside, because obviously that's just the way my spirit guides and ancestors work, because they have me paying attention to everything around. Okay, that could also be of significance to you. What is it? Father Sky. Looking outside, yeah. Trust in the unknown. One thing what I love about this card is trust has to do with Scorpio. So this could be a transformation of your mindset, speaking of air, and a lot of electricity there flowing. Uranus could be of significance. But anywho, you're going through a transformation of the mind in regards to trusting in the unknown. The way you trust in the unknown is the fact that, okay, the verbiage is unknown. However, you know it's a no. Grand solar return. You know it's a no. So enjoy that paradox in itself of life, okay, Sag? And you do that very well. 22, 22. Oh shit. Hold on. We're back. Special delivery, okay? Yeah, trust in the unknown. Something is arriving to you in divine timing, as ordered, as ordered. It could have to do with something you said recently. Some level of truth that you've spoken because something was channeled to you, Sagittarius. You are the sign of chaos magic. Chaos magic, what is that? You have an ability to absorb so much knowledge. Let's say we're talking about different religious beliefs or different practices, things of that nature. secret societies. You are the type to know about different ones and you make up your own rules about it. Promise you, can't nobody tell you anything different or can tell you shit that you shouldn't be, especially coming into this world being a Sagittarius. You are the representation, the first representation of what it means to step into God energy. Ninth house is everything, philosophy, higher mind, foreign affairs, a lot of travel. Air is ringing right now. There's something very specific here with this eagle that's showing up. To pay attention to the synchronicity of the time. This could be something you're seeing as you're scrolling. That number, there's a message there for you. And in speaking to different sacred texts, proverbs and psalms of whatever that time is that you see is going to provide you with your answer. Yeah. I just heard this could be something you've been preparing for, because I heard get ready. And as soon as I'm about to say, I just heard get ready. This is something you've already been preparing for. You're ready. Trust in the unknown. You could have been waiting for something for quite a bit here. Okay. This could have to do with romance as well. You had to clean house, at least within the past 5 years. Conclusions are within reach. Full moon eclipse, and we are approaching the eclipse season as well come February. Wow, trust in the unknown. Conclusions are within you, as within, so without. So don't misguide yourself through doubt, fear, and all this other nonsense, Sagittarius, okay? At the bottom, what we have, what do you need to release? Waning moon. Full moon is significant because that's right before the waning moon cycle. So something may has built itself in its intensity. We just had the full moon, what, in Gemini? We are in, yeah. So trust in the unknown. Conclusions are within reach. This could have to do with you remothering or refathering yourself, Sagittarius, especially with Saturn and Aries going into your 5th house, which is also symbolic of children. There are things that you are finally doing away with that had to do with your childhood, which is now allowing you to connect to the depths of yourself. And now the answers are clear, because the full moon in Cancer card here, if I'm not mistaken, it states a personal issue. Yeah, personal issue reaches resolution. Let me see. One more. Aquarius season is going to be super lit for every sign. However, Sagittarius, ooh, yeah. Especially when it comes to rabbit holes. Especially when it comes to rabbit holes. You have embraced the energy of peace. The missing piece, clearly, the missing piece is you. Okay, here's the thing, Sag, right? Prosperity lies ahead. You've been resting also for this moment, especially with Uranus and Taurus. There's a recalibration of your body here, because Uranus is lightning energy, the impulse, it's the electric. Uranus is connected to the electrical impulses that flows through the nerves. It's a higher frequency than Mercury, and Mercury is very mental. This is basically having sudden revelations or epiphanies about your values based on who you are. Values, Taurus, who you are, Aries, that have to do with your belief systems, Pisces. Much love from India. Gratitude. Have faith in your dreams. Faith in your dreams. There's a lot of answers coming directly to you, especially Sun and Sagittarius, regarding your purpose. That is assisting you to stay rooted and grounded because a new start is coming. I'm getting it's here because we just had the new moon in Capricorn, which is establishing new structures based on the lessons you've learned in order for you to remember the truth of who you are. Capricorn says, I use, and it uses the way you are in connection to your feelings. Fourth house Cancer, your roots, your mother, your home, your first experience when it comes to a soul tribe is the family you're born into. Okay. Wow. That's very Sagittarius of you. Yes, it is. This is collective. I don't do that. It's not that type of live love. Yeah, respect the space, the ancestors in this house. We don't move that way. We're very strict over here. You love to have fun, but watch yourself. Okay, Sagittarius. That could be a significance too, where people love bomb you just to get a response out of you. Nah. Has nothing to do with anything we are talking about right now. Greetings, love. But we got Taurus coming out for you. So this is about the energy that is around you that shows abundance of nature. If it's not showing you the abundance of nature, therefore rich, earthy, and productive, allows you to have a slow and relaxed nervous system, then you need to get up on out of there. You need to leave that alone. Especially when Uranus goes into Gemini, it's going to speed things up in terms of a person's mental process. The thing about Uranus going into Gemini, if someone is not in tune with the way, in terms of the speed, the mental processes is going to be moving, and the changes of one's neural pathways, you're going to be experiencing a lot of people with breathing issues, as Gemini is also connected to the lungs. Some of you have already been going through this level of recalibration where you're noticing the energy coming from your shoulders. You can feel the electricity flowing through your shoulders. Moon in Taurus, prosperity lies ahead. That's this message right here. So let me see. You're unconscious, sensitive, and inner emotions and responses. Conclusions are within reach, trust in the unknown. You could be wondering here, Sagittarius, that if you make a certain decision that is not comfortable for others around, you could be a December Sag, because I could see this happening with December Sag quite often. Because December, especially after December 3rd, now we're looking at Moon and Sagittarius energy. That's the 9 of Wands, second deacon, where you may be susceptible to energies and people around you and absorbing their energy, and it's not for you to absorb at all. Let that go, Sag, okay? It's don't misuse your power in that way, okay? Let me get one more. We're Gemini. We did Gemini in part 1. Gemini's in part one. The sun. Wow, that's literally the message, because you have the moon was at the bottom of the deck. You have new moon in Taurus here. Now the sun comes out, and the sun is right here. Gratitude for subscribing, love. Earth Guardian. Some of you could have a Taurus even, or Taurus season is significant. So spring. There could be something very significant here for you, Sagittarius, when it comes to, let's say, a myth about a specific deity that blooms. It has to do with blossoming in connection to the spring, or this could be you as a lotus energy. So this is you cleansing yourself and coming out of the mud. It's been a long time coming for you to do this, actually. Yeah, the past 13 to 14 years with Neptune and Pisces, the fact that it's about to step into Aries, you're really at the forefront, Sagittarius, Aries, and Leo, when it comes to exuding that energy of what it means to tap into that fire of your passions, your imagination, and going straight towards it. Yeah. Let's see what else comes through. Gonna go to my star cards and past life cards. Gratitude. Here we go. 35. Message for Sagittarius. Saturn, Neptune, Aries. 5th house. Love life. This has to do with love. Saggy. See, the thing about, as a fellow Sag, the thing about Sagittarius and love, people see us as the sign that it's hard for us to commit. That's not the case at all. It's more so we're able to see, especially being in connection naturally to your higher self, you're able to see potential in people while also being aware of when time is up, when someone is not prepared to walk through those gates to evolve, so you don't waste your time. So much so you can deeply observe a situation and your exit strategy has nothing to do with having a conversation about you dipping out. You just out. Because you may have had that conversation already. Not may have had, you've had that conversation already. Almost in the form of a warning, allowing the person to know, especially if this is someone you're allowing in your space, because Sagittarius is the clearest definition of a popular loner. Yes, we the life of the party, but boy, do we love our alone time. Leave us the fuck alone. When we desire to be to ourselves, leave us alone. Okay? Because people feel as though, as open as you are, that they can 37 pull you to the side and have conversations. Just because I was that open don't got nothing to do with me about to have this conversation with you one-on-one, especially being a type of sign that can clearly see through people and feel people's energy before they even show up. It's just a matter of, let's see who's audacious enough to even try, which is an insult to doing, and to insult the Sagittarius, you're bugging. Yeah, true Sagittarius over here. Sun and Mercury, leave me alone. Okay. I love us. We're goofy. We're really great people. Yes, we are, but do not piss us off. Do not piss off a Sagittarius. You want to talk about a sign that will observe just how stupid you're willing to be? Before we let that flamethrower just blast the fuck on up. Lessons and blessings. Love life, lessons and blessings. Well, Sagittarius, hey, we don't do that over here. The last person that did that got blocked, so be careful. Okay. Read the title. Watch the way you're moving. Any message for you? Pay attention. That's the message. Actually, that really is a message for you. Pay attention. What about this love life lessons and blessings here for Sagittarius? See, people could be doing too much around you, Sagittarius. The arts, so 5th house. Don't play. You just got it. You already know the vibes. Okay, so that's 5th house right there. Love, well, romance, the arts. Because that's another thing about Sagittarius. When you're committed, ooh, you seeing things through. Nobody's stopping you. It's the point of you can see the bigger picture of so many different things, and people may feel as though you're bugging for even thinking. But the thing is about Sagittarius is we see, so we got to think about it. We see it, therefore we know it. So much so, that's the mind's eye energy. The mind's eye says, I see. Okay? And then we got priestess at the bottom of the deck. Come on, Sagittarius. How are you being called to step up and lead, Sag? Let me see. How are you being called to step up and lead, Sag? Health. Wow. So you are a earth guardian, for sure. Duh. And mind you, look at the earth guardian. You see his forehead? There's something specific here in regards to dreams, though, because that to me is appearing as a dream catcher. There's a lot of information, Sagittarius, coming through your dreams right now. For some of you, this has to do with something you're creating, where that's something I also do. I'm also going to be providing a tier in regards to dream interpretations in alignment with your natal chart, so we could really see bum. But this here, you could also have a strong connection to Athena in terms of the wisdom that you've gained, especially this past year of the snake, going into the year of the horse, fire horse, as of February. You could go through, you are actually going through the final phases of shedding in terms of, you know, where you may have chased excitement in the past without any direction. It's just something you enjoyed and you just went towards it. But now, because Saturn and Neptune and Aries is going into your 5th house, you're more aware as to who you are, the I am, and what truly brings the I am version of you pleasure, not just for the short term either. Especially with Pluto and Aquarius, which has to do with the long term. Now, let's look a little deeper into this. I didn't pull from here for you. Ain't nobody doing free readings. Ain't nobody doing free readings. This is you got to go. You moving real stupid out here. You got to go. Lucky guy ain't so lucky today. What we got? You see? See? The ancestors don't be fucking around with y'all better stop. Sagittarius, especially the first decan, first couple degrees, well, 8 to 9 degrees is connected to Archangel Uriel. That's the abyss. Stop fucking playing out here. Okay? See? Yeah. See? Yeah. See? Okay. The year of the dragon. You can also be born the year of the dragon, 2088-76. Shout out to my fellow dragons. We in here. February, we mentioned that too. There it goes. One more. We got 2 more. You could be a life path 11. A111 could be of significance. That's 111 is your alignment sign. You're seeing 111 because right at that present moment, there's a thought that you have that has to go through refinement for alignment to happen. For you to take flight, because I'm literally moving this dough. You know what I'm saying? What you call those? It's not coming to my mind right now. That's not important. Okay. Additional messages here for Sagittarius. We got the Hierophant that flipped. This is a two-side deck, so the cards I take are the ones that fall through or come land on the table. But I'm showing you what comes up. Page of Wands with the Phoenix rising. 44 on the timer. That's you. You're the Phoenix rising. Literally the Phoenix rising. Coming out of Scorpio into Sagittarius. Sagittarius would be that representation. That flame. And here we have the Nine of Pentacles. So you are calling in your soulmate through these changes here, Sagittarius. Especially with the dove. The dove is a clear... This transformation is actually happening because you're becoming more in tune with your intuition due to the feminine holding this dove. You know what I'm saying? Especially with the dove being an archetype of Scorpio. It would be symbolic of the phoenix as a mystical creature that with one naked eyes, one cannot see. But with one having an activated pineal mind's eye, first eye, also known as the third eye, you'll be able to see that phoenix. But for some of you, it's coming through as a white dove. You may even have a picture in your phone that date is significant of when you came across an actual white dove. And then we have the Justice on this side and the Tower on the other side. Who? And those the sides that these two cards are on is on some, it's on. Now, this side of the Justice card though, this better not be you, Sag, on this side of it. I don't feel as though it's you though. Let me see. It's not, because with this Nine of Pentacles being the Venus and Virgo, however, for some of you, you're here knowing the energy that I embody. Some of you are here because you just a mirror of this is the lesson that has to close out, and it is going to close out. So you basically, this side of the card is the closing out and going to the pits or into the abyss for not bringing something into balance. So with that being said, this would be the example of hoping something will change. And you take on someone's karmic lesson because you love them. To love someone more than they love themselves is premature death. To love someone more than they love themselves, Sagittarius, is premature death. Now you're strong enough, you know, to go through NDEs, but why put yourself through that? It's important for you, Sagittarius, to connect to your guardian angels, your physical, moral, and soul guardians, as you have 3 angels and 3 demons that are assigned to you based on your birth date. Get more familiar with that. Okay. Let's see here. Full moon shows up. We got the 6 of Cups. You have a masculine ancestor that's literally watching over you. That could be a guardian, a physical guardian, a physical guardian. Six of Wands, the World card. But this 6 of Wands is you've been battling a lot here. That I can see, especially with embrace the energy of peace. Stay rooted and grounded, because I can tell with this type of message, you're the type of Sag where you may not even be connected to loved ones because they don't understand that what they continue to do is an example of you cannot love someone more than they love themselves. Because the way you're loving on them doesn't reflect the way that they love themselves, and they could constantly be putting themselves in situations over and over again. And when they come to you, you could possibly be only speaking to certain people, and when you do, it's always about some drama. It's never really, you know what I'm saying, anything productive. And if it's masked as something productive, you even bring out without asking questions, where they may start a conversation sounding as though this is something productive, but then really they on some fuck shit. What else? The Sagittarius, we got 4 wands. This could be pertaining to a solid home or relationship, wondering if it is, because the 9 of Pentacles is a card of someone single. Nine of Swords. You're seeing clearly what's been causing the anxiety. And anxiety is more so having to focus on what's happening next instead of being in the present moment. Let's see what comes out though. The Emperor. So much so you're looking ahead. Okay, so that could be it. Investing time and energy that is not necessarily meaningful. But you're seeing that clearly. Your internal compass, when it comes to the way you value yourself and how much you're willing to give, you're seeing also where you may have given your power away with the Emperor showing up here. 9, 4, 13, that's that change, that's that transformation. Trust in the unknown. That could be a decision that you have to make in regards to, this could even be if you have been, if there has been no communication with someone near and dear to you with the Page of Pentacles, you know, wondering if you should, with the 4 of Pentacles here. I would say, if every time you speak to this person or this energy and you notice it puts you in, as a fire sign, it puts you into this misuse of warrior energy where you can utilize that to create and literally be at peace, that's a no. Oh, I don't know if you had me. Oh, we did do surrender cards as well, and the guidance cards. Okay. Because when we did this was Wednesday. Message of surrender for Sagittarius. Surrender fear. This has to do with your stability. Feeling rooted, secure, grounded. That's why this angel showed up, Earth Guardian. Taurus could be significant. So look at your second house. See what rules. See the energy that rules your second house as far as the specifics to this energy for each and every one of you. Let go of fearful stories you are telling yourself. Stay in the moment. Focus on solutions and celebrate every baby step forward. This could even be letting go of the fearful stories that people are telling themselves and constantly decide they want to vent with you about that. Especially when you're in the process of celebrating every baby step forward. As a newborn baby, and as vulnerable as a newborn baby is, treat your energy that way, especially with that frequency of remothering or refathering or just reloving yourself big time. Surrender the habit of people pleasing, Sag. Okay? You have a great big heart. You love to help people. But invest that energy into yourself. Speak your desires and be true to yourself. Focus on your own happiness instead of always trying to make everyone else happy. And trying is an insult to doing. So if you're trying to help somebody, you're actually not doing shit, to be honest with you. You're in limbo of a decision. Surrender outdated beliefs about yourself. Let go of limiting ideas about yourself that originate from the past. Then you can own your power and soar in your life. That is the truth. Final message, the blue jay. Birds are very significant. Eagles and blue jays. Blue jays, eagles. B. Assertive, daring, universal wisdom. You are being guided to be aware of synchronicities in your life. You are entering a time of intellectual and spiritual growth. New truths are forming each day. Be fearless. Surrender to fear. Trust your gut. Be your authentic self. Take inspired action, and what you desire will come to fruition. What is Sagittarius afraid of? Show me this fear. Being who you know you are based on what you know, what you studied. You have more than enough tools, resources, skill set, and mindset to move forward. Literally, 8 of Cups. Walking away from whatever is restricting you from doing so. May have something to do with your Saturn placement or 0 to 7 years old. Or again, your love life is reflecting your experience from 0 to 7 years of age. And then the 8 of Cups still with the High Priestess. Bueno. You've been given the keys of the universe through these experiences. So you're more, that's the get ready is the energy of you are ready. You're waiting for a sign of when to go. Now, there's a see, if people were patient, observe, read the room, they would have never been blocked, because that answer literally just came out. But whatever. Okay. Capricorn, you're up next. Saturn and Neptune and Aries is going into your 4th house of home, lineage, and inner authority. For you, Capricorn, Neptune clears ancestral illusions and emotional fog at the foundation. Saturn is going to be rebuilding security through structure and self-defined belonging. So the way this expresses itself in new earth energy, home is internal first for you, Capricorn. The outer structures will follow thereafter. Very interesting, especially with the new moon in your sign we just had. That we'll be discussing right after this. Which is also the final new moon of the year of the snake. The energy could, I mean, some of, you could be feeling that, experiencing that energy, the intensity of the final shedding of everything. At the same time, with all that you're shedding, you're starting something new, but from the perspective that doesn't have anything to do with you doubting yourself. At least not anymore. Surrender to creativity. For you, Capricorn, what changes when Saturn goes into Saturn goes into Neptune. You hear me? When Saturn and Neptune go into Aries in your 4th house, there's going to be changes in your home life that demands attention. There could also be emotional patterns coming to the surface, and the necessity for stability increases here for you, Capricorn. So during this time, the next 2.5 to 3 years, while Saturn is in Aries, 13 to 14 years while Neptune is in Aries. Strengthen your living situation. This is going to be important for you, Capricorn, to set emotional boundaries with family and build inner security through structure. So once again, your inner security is going to come from the structure that you build as a result of the emotional boundaries you set with family, which is also going to help with strengthening your living situation. So if you are a Capricorn moon specifically, especially with this being in your fourth house, it's important for you to set boundaries with your family, because if you don't, it's going to weaken your living situation where you don't even feel comfortable in your own home. Okay? So this is the moment to stop avoiding personal issues, carrying family burdens silently, and delaying any level of foundation work because of you not expressing yourself. Now, what I'm strongly picking up on, especially with carrying family burdens silently, you may have already said something, because I really can't see a Capricorn not speaking their mind about some shit. So you may have already said something. However, the situation continues to happen. That's a developing Capricorn type of energy. You're not strict on your boundaries. You got boundaries, but they're more emotional statements than they're actually boundaries, because boundaries are non-negotiable. Okay? So you've seen all you've had to see about a situation. Now it's time to put that period to complete that sentence, because the story's over. No more fucking stories. That could be something very significant, though, where this person that you are going through this, whatever the situation is, posting shit in their stories that it's real easy to remove yourself from the situation, as an example. Are we starting here? Oh, here. Capricorn. Nothing will come of this situation. Work through your fears. Opportunities are stacked around you. You've been preparing for something. Wait for important information. That could also be that energy of waiting for more information. You know who you have to know to make the proper decision for yourself. You just have to be brave and honest. This could be something you keep telling yourself, oh, it's okay. If you're a Capricorn sun, you may have a lot of water energy that has you moving this way. 1717. If you're an Aquarius rising, it's highly suggested you tap into that energy, Capricorn. Okay. Feels like another little TKO. See, there's it's gonna have to do with love for you too. Or your love life is reflecting this. Where you don't set, you know, emotional boundaries with family, is it's reflecting in your love life. Gratitude. Gratitude, love. Especially with this rose right here, right above this cup, this Ace of Cups. But you have this new life that's budding. You're not allowing the information that you have to be utilized. You could be, that has to do with you not trusting your intuition before it makes sense. Slow down, Capricorn. This could also be you, you know, don't rush out of what you're feeling, because Capricorn also carries that strict energy as well, where you feel you may have to, that could be what it is. You've been doing too much for other people. And it also reflects the type of partners you attract. And you actually burn out in your experiences of love. Cancer is in part 1. Capricorn, you've been doing a lot of thought processing, a lot of reflecting. Stop saving people. From whatever karmic debt they have to clear. Basically, whatever lesson they have to clear. Capricorn. I don't feel this is every Capricorn. This energy I'm picking up on with the cards. It's special. Okay, this would be a Capricorn with, you got a lot of water energy. Hermit, retreat and recharge. Yeah, you have been doing a lot of reflecting. But this is also coming across as you being at a cost. I didn't say a cross, I said a cost. This could also you being in a state of being more focused. And it's costing in the family department. At least it has been. So when Saturn and Neptune go into Aries, it's going to give you that fire to actually, you know what I'm saying? Do what you have to do for you. Because you've been out here doing way too much for others. Let me see. Attempting to motivate people, but motivation is internal. You can inspire people, but motivation is internal. People have to move themselves. And a Capricorn would be someone that majority go to, financially especially. Especially that. And your water placements is have you say yes when you truly desire to say no. Let me see. This could really have to do with a relationship, though. Where you sacrifice something that brings pleasure to you, especially while I was in Pisces, Saturn, Neptune, and Pisces. Over the past 13 to 14 years, you may have been sacrificing what brings joy to be in a certain relationship. But when you get to the root of it, where that comes from, it stems from your childhood. You've seen a lot of people or a significant partnership or a person, you know, not just give up on themselves. We're going to make it plain and clear. Give up on themselves when it comes to what their true design was here to do. Moon. You got a moon in Capricorn. This has to do with family for you, for sure. It's a family member you hold near and dear to your heart space. That it's time to set those emotional boundaries. Because it's also affecting your home, your living situation. Or you are already doing this. You just have to express it in all ways. Let me get one more. You're being brave and honest. I'm going to pick those up exactly the way they showed up too. You're being brave and honest about your, your situation, the intuitive messages you're receiving about it. It's pure clarity that's coming through. It's information that you've been waiting for. Is it comfortable? No. Because what I'm getting from this too, with this particular pose, this meditation pose, it can get uncomfortable very quickly. But the stillness is necessary. It can get uncomfortable quickly, but the stillness is necessary. And these landed 2 sideways and 1 in reverse. The warrior, see? Not being fearless and standing strong. What's challenging is the trust in the unknown and releasing the old and resting. So Sagittarius message is also significant for you too, Capricorn. Why does it have to get worse before you make a decision? Why are you allowing yourself to put yourself through that? That question in itself, for some of you, is going to direct you towards trauma that you experience. And if this is your first time here on this channel, the main thing about that is the following. Your spirit and connection to your soul chose that specific experience just for you to evolve. You're at that threshold that's allowing you to evolve. You just have to be brave and honest about it. Show me more. 7311, 2011 is very significant. So this has been for the last 14, 13 years. For sure. Specifically July. The 3rd to the 27th is significant. Mars. It's time for you to cut yourself from this. Cut away from this. Mars is also in connection to what you sever yourself from, what you separate yourself from. First house, this has to do with what you've been separating yourself from just to be in it. Don't do that shit no more. Pisces, Mars and Pisces, 10 of Cups. You thought you was emotionally fulfilled in this shit, didn't you? There was a constant exchange of toxicity through trauma bonding, basically. The ninth house, Mars, Pisces, ninth house. Is you could have been in situations, not could have been. This is specifically stating you being in situations that have to do with your belief systems, your philosophy. And this could be a belief system you're no longer connected to, which is also going to change the dynamic of people that you're connected to as well. And should. Saturn. You learned your Saturn in the first house. Shit. Well, this has a lot to do with your identity, reflected by your belief systems, but do you actually know the belief system you're connected to? Pop, go to Weasel, and the Weasel go pop. What's the surrender message here? You could be dealing with the Pisces, and it's time for you to handle that situation with the Pisces and stop dealing with it. You deal a deck of cards, the fucking game keep going. Surrender worry. That'll solve your problem. Handle it. Make a commitment not to lead an anxiety-driven life. When worries arise, breathe them out of your body. Focus on the power of your heart and have faith that Spirit is guiding you always for you to surrender to your passion. It's something because this is the breast area, fourth house energy. Your relationships reflect where you are at with family in terms of your feelings and your thoughts about it. Heard enough is enough. Surrender to receiving support and love. What's at the bottom? Surrender to your full power. Well, allow the love and support of others in. This could have something to, this has to do with, because for these four signs, Sagittarius, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces is God energy. They know, oh, this could, no, this is what the fuck it is. So being mindful of who it is you're receiving support and love from. That has to do with those emotional boundaries. Not in this state of worry, though. Because if you place yourself in the energy of being worried about who it is you're receiving support and love from, just from that statement, it's going to trickle into other areas of your life, whether this is romance or your career. This is why I said stop dealing with the situation and handle it. When you handle it, you make a precise decision where you are aware of receiving whatever support and love that is coming through, as they were just there just to be another name in your life and just to say, oh, they helped you, or this, that, and the third. Or however that plays out, where it negates the support and love that was and has been falsely given. But you have to be brave and honest with yourself. Become your own oracle, Capricorn. That's not hard for you to do if you are aware of what Capricorn is, being ruled by Saturn. When you are aware of that, you're someone who truly steps into situations to embrace the lesson so you can receive your reward, especially if you're so drawn to it that you allow yourself to go through that experience. Because that time you invest in that, it's also helping you to emit the light within you. when you look at the reflection of that word time, 7911, that's 1611, the Tower and the Justice, that's Sagittarius. All these messages can apply to each of you because you're not just your sun, moon, and rising. You have every sign in you. You have all 12 houses. Because once you recognize that the true journey of life is to master all 12 houses, all 12 disciplines of the mind, which is also all 12 disciples, well, there you have it. Look through that allegory as it is. So that way you can surrender to your full power. It's right here in your heart, Capricorn. You know the truth. You know what your truth is. 8008, speaking of reflection. 2008 could be of significance when Pluto went into Capricorn. And if you have a Cancer placement, that entire time you felt as though everything in the world was against you. Especially the sun, moon, and rising. Which is the way Leo could be feeling for these next 18, 20 years, whatever, with Pluto in Aquarius. But when you are aware of these cycles, you know how to move about the situation. That's all. You're more than okay, though, Capricorn. You're more than okay. Yeah. Because you know what, Capricorn? You could be the type that holds back from allowing Saturn to whip somebody's ass for real. And now we're talking about the bones becoming dry. Whatever's bones. Bones, teeth. Father's side. Mm-hmm. Situations have gone against you for you to wake up. The moment you wake up, and whoever decides they want to continue that program of coming against you, what you've been experiencing, Capricorn, oh, you were able to handle it. Celtic. You a myth walking. Well, that makes sense. You could have Neptune in Capricorn. You a myth walking, huh? They don't believe it. Shit you say. Just said that too. Lessons, health, bones and shit drying up. The initiation, the rite of passage. Well, that's not cool. It's not all right. It's not all right. Because this ass whooping can go both ways. Where if you continue to deal with shit that is time for you to handle, and you're brave and honest about the situation, you're gonna receive the same ass whooping. And this ass whooping can come through your living situation, where you feel uncomfortable in your own home. That's the way this moves in a you know, where you notice, okay, it's time to handle some shit. Karmic relationships is on the other side here. Your relationships was your rite of passage, crossing the threshold. See, let's say you're someone who has a past when it comes to connecting with several people. That could have been the rite of your passage too, in terms of awakening the dark side of you. But as a sign of karma, Capricorn, there's a reason why you were doing that anyway. You're being placed as the embodiment of a cosmic judge in these experiences. Especially when it comes to people who misuse their power. Capricorn mantra, 10th house energy says, I use. So you may have encountered quite a few relationships where people have misused the way you express your feelings. Especially Capricorn is also a sign that can be quite stoic. Very wise, but also has that energy of because what you're not going to do, that type of vibe. For some of you Capricorns, the message is don't misuse that power. No. Don't allow yourself to be in so many situations where you know the universal laws are already set and handling it. What I mean by that is remove your presence from the situation and allow the universal law that's already been carrying the judgment through to do so. This is from Sagittarius to Pisces. Read it thoroughly. That's also a strong message here, collective, for the collective. Make sure you're reading. Things are not even in fine print. Read what it is that you see. Are you good? Oh, you trip. But that's a message in itself. And that comes from the want to react or respond before processing exactly what's in front of you. Important information. That was the first card. What is it? Wait for important information. One more. Orphan. Well, you never felt at home within yourself. Because the way this energy is coming out, this will be a Capricorn who's unaware of your internal properties. You could be doing too much of the pointing of the finger. 8844. Yeah, you're doing too much of the pointing of the finger, Capricorn. Your home is internal first. And that's what these next 13 to 14 years while Neptune is in Aries is going to help you to reestablish as a belief but the belief comes after a knowing. Aquarius says, I know. Pisces says, I believe. And after Pisces is Aries that says, I am. So whatever you believe in, know it. That's the beauty of imagination and the essence of a child. Until some adulterated ass figure comes through and says, oh no, you can't do that. Then they give him all this other foolishness of examples of whatever the fuck ain't whatever. Let me see. I didn't use these cards in the other one. There's one. We did go to Lilith cards too. This is energy. Action. 17. Okay. It said wait for important information. The energy has to do with you taking action. You're waiting for information before you take action. Let me see what else coming through here. This is in reverse. What is this? Appreciation. Don't be moving from a sorrow, wounded, sour ass heart space. Don't be calling on Archangel Michael with that energy either. If you're going to call on Archangel Michael or the angle of Michael's energy to sever, which is Aries, don't put yourself in another Saturnian lesson or another lesson of time, placing yourself into something having to do time, feeling in prison within your mind. And for some, this has to do with physical cages and shit. Because your action that you're taking is connected to a wounded state. Again, the main thing about my channel and any of my platforms, yeah, you're gonna go through some shit, but you know what allows you to step into your power is when you recognize you chose to live this experience exactly the way you lived it. Been living it. The moment you step into that is when you can hold yourself accountable, and now you're making decisions from a space where you're choosing to handle situations. Being precise with the direction that you're taking in these situations. Because the true gist of this whole experience, especially in this age of knowing, is to bring heaven here on earth, which has to do with embodying your higher self. But you are it. If you've been here, you've heard me say this several times. Heaven has to do with the most heaved up space or the highest point of any dimension. Do not forget that your body itself is a dimension that holds a plethora of dimensions. But the highest point, that dome of yours, that's where heaven is. You know, that land of milk and honey, your pineal pituitary gland, all that greatness up in there. The sky is purple, violet, lavender. But you do have that here. Trusting your knowing what it is that you see. Gratitude. Job, daughter. Gratitude. Seeing as in, whatever you see through this mind's eye, most people who are part of a religious denomination, specifically Christians, no shade towards y'all, but most of them don't know, not but, no, yeah, but, because they're in a role of being the apprentice, of connecting to the truth of the Christ energy that they say that they follow. When in reality, they actually don't. If they knew the truth, and knowing the truth starts with just a simple text that tells you about the pineal gland, Matthew 6:22. Not verbatimly speaking, but it has something to do with allowing the eye to be single that sheds light throughout the body. The only eye that y'all do know about that is single is the mind's eye. It's the first eye, not so much the third. The third is either the left or the right, whichever one you choose. Actually left, because the womb comes first, right? Well, it would be the left, because left connected to the right side of your brain, right connected to the left side of your brain. Whatever. Anyway. You get the point. We all seen it. There it is. You get the point, okay? And if it's an all seeing eye, not if, well, if has to do with the condition. The condition of that eye is that it's sees all. So if it sees all, it's everywhere at once. And the essence of God Most High is omnipotent, omnipresent. You can connect to that. You just have to know. And knowing is your crown chakra. Your crown chakra is the language of I know. That mind's eye which sits in the center of it, dwelling in the shelter of the Most High, that's where your eye is. Mm-hmm. Well, that's significant why this is coming out for you, Capricorn, because as far as a major arcana, you're represented by the Devil card. Now, in that instance, we're talking about Lucifer. Sent to the pits of hell. But the hell in your body dwells under your heart chakra. They call it a fire pit. And if we're looking at the chakras, those colors associated with that are red, orange, and yellow, and your chakras are in that order. Now, where Lucy comes into play, Lucifer sits in your sacral. Have you guilty about your sexuality and the way you express yourself in love when it comes to utilizing that sacral energy in love? But as long as there's guilt aligned to that because of whatever religious belief tells you, oh, you have to be in a marriage before you do this. A marriage is the moment that you decide to exchange your sexual energy with another. It's not this paperwork that people got going on today and can't get it the fuck together. That's not for all. I'm just saying. We in this Capricorn energy, Saturn, lessons, which is what time is ticking. Much love to Callie. So, Lucifer is the essence of a light bringer. And furthermore, since we're in that topic of time, when you look at a natal chart, you notice that the signs actually go counterclockwise. And the invention, speaking of this card, of a clock goes clockwise. Because you're actually going through a journey as time goes clockwise based off of this man-made clock to step into the energy of the shadow and merge it with your light. Because even the planets are going counterclockwise, but the clock that we have goes clockwise. Literally from the essence of the creation of shadows throughout the day, or a lucid moment rather. None of this, the way it's set up, is a coincidence. It's just the game of life. Shout out to Florence Scovel-Shen, the game of life and the way you decide you want to play in it, 9944. Because if you got up to this point in this message, now you see why you're here. Shout out to you, Capricorn, for bringing it through. Hey, the magician is right here too, as above, so below. Understanding, overstanding of universal law. That you have all of the elements susceptible to you for you to create. The beauty about this card, what I love, is that you could see the significance of the other side of this is that you can see the table, but not the leg that it stands on, the way you see it here. Yeah, you can say, oh, that's just the art, but that's highly symbolic. You become what these elemental forces stand on, where you, as a physical presence, are the embodiment of a foundation of the Most High for everything else to be created on. But you're the foundation and the rooftop, the walls, the windows, and the creator of your life and what you decide to make a home to your experiences. 10101 on the timer just now. Let's see. Capricorn. And I'm 555 on the time. And I know this is moving this way because we're about to approach the sign of Aquarius. Okay, you got the Five of Wands. This side, I'm taking the cards that show up on the table because this is a deck that has the two sides on it. But this is a Five of Wands card. Five of Wands is Saturn and Leo. This could be your ruling planet, Saturn. Also Uranus. Well, Uranus more so for Aquarius. Saturn for Aquarius. It's ancient ruler. Anyway, this could have to do with things that are boiling up to the surface when it comes to what brings pleasure and joy into your life and the lessons you've gone through in achieving that. So becoming wiser in the battles you experience. Gratitude for the floating heart, Jermaine. No, that's funny. That is so funny to me. Ashe. Four of Swords. You've gone through quite the battle here. This could have been energetically with groups of people because I almost called you Aquarius. I just had deja vu just now. And I remember exactly when I came across this type of energy. May 2024 to July. Those 2 months. Something is happening again, but from a much higher state, especially once you get rest. Because you see the maturity of this male figure. You have the, wait for important information, you have the information. It's just a matter of you utilizing it and being wise of when it comes to, you know, no longer saving people from what you see is in the background of this card. You know what? Because the same message that came through for Sag, where you cannot, although you choose to, or love someone more than they love themselves. 10444. And this one cycle, do not make it a 10 where you're sitting there looping in this situation. You could be seeing 444 quite a bit. Four of Swords. And then the Empress. Wow. This two-headed eagle is what's significant. Wow. It's both the energy of a vulture and an eagle. You would have to have the stomach to you have the stomach to digest these situations where you may not be setting certain emotional boundaries with family. But just because you have that stomach lining as a vulture would to save the ecosystem, you're not actually a vulture. You're an eagle. Stop moving as a vulture. Vultures are necessary, but that's not you, Capricorn. At least not in this message that I'm picking up on. You could have the stomach lining all you want to be able to take in all things that have decayed, to give it a space to go through a next level of transformation, but that doesn't mean you should, though. And do so without anger, doubt, shame, guilt, because it's not an issue for you to do so. It's the other energies, emotions that you're connected to while doing so. That's the problem. What I mean is, do this and be unbothered that you're doing so. You're no longer taking on people's shit. By first and foremost, letting go your own shit. You know what I mean? Because it's easy to set emotional boundaries with family. In fact, that's the most beautiful thing to do, especially when 1724 could be significant, especially when it's one-sided growth. Look at that, the Hermit. Yeah, retreat and recharge, which it came out twice again. Retreat and recharge so you can bring both sides of your brain. That's why that whole esoteric explanation was coming through for you too. Four of Cups. You're sitting there at the root of a certain familiar situation, but it's not because they're family. They're not people you can actually relate to, and that's okay because they're the closest ones to you to get you through these lessons. For some of you, that's all you have to see. 108, to make a full completion of a cycle, to bring it to balance. 11, especially when it comes to going from 11 justice into the major arcana of the Hangman. You allow yourself for the situation to be balanced by going into the Hangman position of allowing your spine to extend, especially in an uncomfortable inverted position, so that way the information can go directly into, you know what I'm saying, your mind's eye and your crown. But if it's sitting here in your solar plexus because you keep taking on things because you can. Again, I'm not saying you're not equipped to do so. You actually are equipped to do so. However, there comes a point in time where Just because you can doesn't mean you should. I didn't pull a Lilith card for Sagittarius. However, I would suggest this from Sagittarius to Pisces, because those will be the God energies from 9th to 12th house, is a message for all. Uranus and fermentation, patience and maturity, spark of genius and ascension. Gratitude. Yep, Leo was in part 1, but y'all all are all signs. We are all signs. Gratitude for the gifts, Jermaine. Queen Jezebel, magnetic royal witch. There's the misconception of this energy is atrocious. But to each its own. I'm not here to even talk about that, but I'm going to talk about this energy, magnetic royal witch. That I will speak on. What is a witch? A witch knows different directions, knows the true news. North, east, west, and south. Knows which direction to go to solve a problem. The same way when it comes to herbal healing, a witch knows what to use as an ailment for the body and does not care of whatever parasite or energy that has 111 on a timer, whatever parasite, whatever energy that has intruded that vessel. That's the same thing, and explaining it that way. That's actually the true story of Jezebel. People look at it in a different way, but to each its own. 111.33. We at 111 as we're talking about. This is card 21. 21 in the major arcanas is the world card. You can also look at this as the vision of Ezekiel too. That book of Ezekiel, we talked about that on TikTok, where it tells you about the 390 days, 13 months, and 30 lucid moments. But again, that's a different topic too. Saying that to say this, especially with Capricorn energy, you could be a very wise, ancient soul around those who are of a physical number that is higher than your physical age, but that doesn't make them wiser than you. This is why I always refer to the universal laws. All is mental. The mental has to do with this here. Where I'm tapping at, these are the temples. These are the churches people are to go into. They don't talk about 7 churches in Revelations for no reason now. Got nothing to do with a physical space. Those are your chakras. But as long as, some of these texts blind you out of your intuitive space, now you're missing the structure to build where you're actually able to meet the true resonance of balance before you get into a space of non-duality. Because majority, if you're here, it's because you're here to experience heaven on earth. And if you're experiencing heaven on earth, that means you are experiencing a world of non-duality. You understand and overstand what duality is. But that also comes with the lesson. You go through lessons to experience that. In the moment, which is what I'm saying, this is a space of you holding yourself accountable Granted, shit happens. You want to knock somebody head off they fucking shoulders on some who the fuck is you playing with. I get it. I got a Mars in Aries with a Sagittarius sun, Mercury in Sagittarius. Trust me, I know. But that's also the space I come from. I say this shit all the time. Doing this saved me from using my hands, from fucking knocking somebody out, to actually utilizing it to connect with my curiosity. They say curiosity kills the cat. No, it don't. Well, in the sense, it puts the cat through a threshold, but the cat can see through many levels of different thresholds. Allow your curiosity to drive you. Drive you home, and home don't mean that you leave here. As long as this video is, I mean, this is what it is, but not but in this sense. Because we're supposed to be doing new moon in Capricorn energy. We can still do that. I can still do that. However, you figure out all you have to figure out when you stop trying to do whatever it is you're doing. Trying is an insult to doing. Gotta be more aware of your words, spells or curses you're placing on yourself. And that's another thing too, where, and we're gonna go to Capricorn. I mean, well, we're going to stay here and we're not going to rush to Aquarius. Because again, these next 4 signs, you can listen to each of them as a Sag, Capricorn, Aquarius, Pisces, or Aries to Scorpio. Just be aware of your words. And it's okay, that's what we was getting to. You could be going through a phase where you're becoming aware of that, and you have people who attempt to take you off track. Sometimes their verbiage may sound as though, well, I'm glad you're not one of those type of people that's focused on every word. Be careful with those. Be mindful. Fuck careful. Be mindful of those type of people. Those are the ones you need to get the fuck away from. Because they're susceptible to slipping into scarcity, poverty, lack mindset, bullshit in other ways. No worries. You know what I'm saying? So, I'm telling you, people tell you exactly who they are. You just have to pay attention. Know more about your Venus, because Venus has to do with cash, and people use cash to pay shit, don't they? So when you're paying attention to something, your attention is being, you're giving people access to what you're attentive to based on where you are at in your connection to your values. That's Taurus, 2nd house energy, which is also the energy of cash. Specifically cash. 2nd house has to do with the way you utilize cash. And how beautifully that's set up, especially if you're someone who lives in America. The reflection of Taurus is Scorpio. Scorpio says, I trust. Now, on all of your monetary bills, there's a precise statement that tells you exactly as to the way to utilize money as a currency, or what it is that you're focused on as a currency, because that same monetary bill states, "In God we trust." So every single printout, dollar bill, 5, 10, the 2s, the 20s, 50s, 100s, it trusts you. You're the God that it's the hands that it's in, because you give it something to do. So be mindful of what you're given that value something to do when it comes to those that it's actually time for you, Capricorn, to be setting emotional boundaries with. You went all the way through there with y'all because that's Saturn. That's the way Saturn moves. It takes time. It restricts you because it knows I'm doing this for the betterment of you. Even when it comes to communion, the blood of Christ, the bread of heaven, along with "do this in the remembrance of me." Hey, do this in the remembrance of you. All right. Gratitude for your patience. So yeah, Capricorn, one more. Mercury, communication and truth. 2124, 924. 924 is what? 2 swords. A lot of what we just said should and will be assisting you with making decisions based on the truth and releasing the shadow parts of you that no longer serve you, because it's not your shadow, it's someone else's, because you've been covering for too long. Advice. Don't I know this unicorn is not gonna come out of reverse. You get the unicorn and it come out of reverse. Are you kidding me right now? And the sheep. You a whole leader. And out here doing the most. Unicorn, purity, wisdom, action. You're being guided to have faith in yourself, the knowledge you possess, and the magic of the universe. You are where you're supposed to be, Capricorn. Feel your way through each segment of your life. Specifically, if you remember anything between 0 through 7, ages 0 through 7, because some of you can remember from the time that you were in the womb. Okay? You will clearly see your next move and take action. Big results are the triple. I was about to say triple. Big results are the ripple effect of inspired action. And inspiration is external. So what motivates you has everything to do with what it is that you are engaging in externally as a reflection of where you are at internally. So remember, emotional boundaries when it comes to matters of the home, family, specifically mother's side or mother figure that you are around, especially for those of you who have a child, but you're not, with this person at this time. Everything happens for a reason. Don't be out here doing too much. Everything has a reason as to why it happened, okay? You're not right or wrong or good or bad, especially with understanding of universal law. Ain't not a thing within that universal law that has to do with you doing something right or wrong or good or bad. It's cause and effect. Right or wrong, good or bad is subjective. So that's just what it is. And when y'all see my energy go into that stop playing, it's because I really do spiritually be fucking them up for y'all. Some of y'all, I'll fuck y'all up because y'all be out here doing too fucking much. I don't want to hear it. Aquarius. I love y'all. Just know that this just, listen. One thing about me personally, I'm not going to say I allow things to slide when it comes to me as a Sagittarius. This is not the channel for you, love. I'm not, you go somewhere else with that. Because this is witchcraft. You gonna ask me how you go find your ass. What are we doing? Anyway, it's not that I allow things to slide, but when it comes to other people, I ain't questioning shit. I ain't questioning shit. You fucked up. You about to get it now. It's that simple. But once again, as a pure Sagittarius, yes, I'm one of those retired crash outs. Yes, I am. Because once somebody pissed me, that this could be significant to you, Aquarius. Once somebody get the tears flowing, for one, the tears in itself, it's gonna be a problem. It's gonna be a problem because the way these ancestors and spirit guides within, so without move. Show's over. Cut. Aquarius, Saturn and Neptune in Aries is going through your third house of mind, voice, and communication. Third house is also the house of Gemini. For you, though, Aquarius, Neptune, let me see. Neptune is dissolving mental noise, misinformation, and scattered thinking. Saturn demands precision in speech, and responsibility for ideals are being released. So the way this expresses itself in a new Earth, upgraded Earth energy, or upgraded to your heart, because Earth and heart, same word. Just take the H and put it at the beginning. You get what you get. This new connection you have to your heart and your voice is deliberate, grounded, and catalytic, where words initiate outcomes for you, Aquarius. And this is why we went through that whole spiel with Capricorn, as I mentioned. This is happening because we're about to approach Aquarius, and you got Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your third house of words. It's the first thing of the book of the beginning, Genesis. And the beginning was the word. Huh, go figure. So for Aquarius, what changes? Oh, my nose running. Oh, you really sitting out here, Aquarius. Okay, shit. Got my nose running. It's not random. Your sinuses are clearing. Oh, so you're getting a heightened sense of smell, Aquarius. Okay. What's changing for you is you recognizing that words have consequences. Therefore, your mental focus is going to be tested, allowing you to see that your communication must be precise. You're basically becoming an airbender. Yeah. So it's important for you to speak clearly and deliberately, Aquarius. Document any plans you have or ideas. And when it comes to your practical skills, improve on that. What's going to help you to do so is putting an end to talking without follow through, scattered attention, and miscommunication through assumption. Ugh. Aquarius, what I'm getting for you right now is you ask the questions. Ask the questions with the understanding that what you're asking, everything has a consequence. But just be precise in your communication. So some of you who are experiencing an Aquarius, you may find them opening up a bit more, especially come February. Let's see. Ring the alarm. Someone could love them some dancehall reggae tunes. Or some of you could have had a recent trip to an island, Jamaica, or anywhere they play. It's an island. Could even be Long Island, Staten Island. But something in regards to reggae music is significant. That's a specific. Anyway, Sagittarius could be of significance to you, Aquarius. You have Trust and Thrive, the stag, with your symbol in the background. That's why the words are having deep consequences, because your words are coming from wherever or whatever your connection is to your heart chakra, which is the dwelling space or the vortex of all of your desires. It has an expansive electromagnetic field, so you can easily connect yourself to, based on where you're at in that connection. The more aligned you are, the easier this phase, specifically over the next 13 to 14 years with Neptune and Aries in your third house, is going to be. Where your communication is going to be precise in terms of the way this would, let's work this out in a practical sense. Let's say you're assuming something about a person or a situation. Utilizing the energy of Neptune and Aries correctly, and Saturn and Aries over the next 2.5 to 3 years with Saturn, and over the next decade with Neptune. Let's say you assume something about a person or a situation. The way you use it correctly is you ask yourself, the only 2 questions you have to ask yourself: why are you assuming? Why don't you just ask to get the answer so you don't have to assume? It's that simple. Naturally, as an Aquarius, you're the 11th house, and the mantra for the 11th house is I know, and that can get in your way sometimes. Well, you feel as though you know something, but it's more of an assumption, meaning that you may not have enough of the facts or observed long enough to see it for exactly as what it is, and you could be misinterpreting it based on a potential of what it could be. Another thing about my channel is when it comes to, not saying that it doesn't work, however, this is why I wonder how people find this channel. This could also be significant to you as well, Aquarius, because there is a knowing when you are connected to your highest self. Any weapon formed against you cannot prosper. That's the truth of it all. It prospers when you allow this generator to plant itself into your heart to operate the situation and bring it out as an expression of your reality. A true alchemist can do that. But that's not the verbiage of a true alchemist or someone who is connected to their higher self is going to, that's not the way that they're going to express themselves. It's more so, I see what's happening here. There's an attempt to alter a perception and immediately making a decision of, do I desire to play this game or not? The one who's truly tapped into their divine alchemist within themselves and their higher self takes the energy. What happens is, let's say there's an alignment between the higher self and your physical body. The moment you take, I'm glad you said what you just said too. The moment you take on that someone is attempting to do something towards you as an alchemist and someone who was tapped into their higher self, this is what happens between your higher self and your physical body. Your physical body being here, your higher self being here. Your higher self goes just enough to observe as you're going through this situation. The one who's truly tapped into themselves, what happens is if you stay in a situation too long mentally, your higher self is going to rush in, is going to send it straight down to the root chakra. The objective of the root chakra as the destroyer is going to dissolve whatever that situation is. That level of energy is someone who has an understanding. Let's say we're looking at this astrologically in your chart. You have an understanding of your Saturn placement, or at least you have moved on past situations that you've experienced between 0 and 7. This is why I said there's certain people that you can fuck with, and there's certain people where we'll give you the impression, oh yeah, you got me. Now you in spiritual cosmic court getting your ass whooped. But I'm going to play the game with you just enough. The consequences of that is when people mess around with someone who is tapped in, you feel as though you can use elemental forces when they are operating in that elemental force themselves. There goes your mom, your pops, your child, your job, your home, your health. Yeah, it gets real. Because when you're tuned in, what they send towards you, it only tickles you. You could definitely get an Oscar for that. Best actor ever. Allowing people to feel as though. Now, granted, there's levels to that. But you know the key to the levels is awareness. Knowing the truth of yourself. Because can't nobody defeat you if you've already defeated yourself. You didn't go through the processes where you felt as though you deceived yourself and you sat there with self and said, we ain't doing this no more. Who's coming up against you? You are literally the embodiment of Psalm 91 in that essence. You know yourself? You are Psalm 91 walking. Significant, Aquarius. You don't have to be an Aquarius because Aquarius represents the collective. And what's so wild about this, though, I ain't gonna hold you. Not even 24 hours ago, because my progressed Mercury is an Aquarius. I said, I love humanity, but I can't stand fucking people. That's Aquarius. You love humanity, but when it comes to people and what they are about, it was just 143. One meaning, 4 words, 3. One meaning, 4 letters, 3 words. I love you. You. Humanity is one thing. That's the collective of it all. But the pieces included, it's just a malfunctioned interior design. It's not working. This is not working. That's when the questions of why the fuck am I here for real? And Aquarius energy will hijack the fuck out of a human system. Especially an Aquarius that knows themselves. That's why I fucks with Aquarius. I fucks with y'all. I met a few. There's a few. Yeah. Y'all funny. I thought Sagittarius was some shit, y'all. It's something about that R-I-U-S. U-S. R-I-U-S. R-I-U-A-A. Mm-mm. Mm. Not R-U-S. If you ain't one of us, you can't be here. Anyway, Aquarius, what's 144.38 on the timer? 44 now. Shout out to Scorpio. Scorpio's in part 1. Medicine Garden. Not you over here with, let me see. Be open to healing information, Aquarius. The healing information for you is that make sure your communication moving forward for the next 13 to 14 years that it's precise. Can you do that? I'm pretty sure you can. Because I'm not telling you something you don't already know. Your whole mantra is, I know. I know you know. I'm not telling you some shit you don't know. Are you doing it though? Don't assume shit. Just don't assume. It'll actually level out your blood pressure. Okay? Don't assume any. Ask questions. Ask the questions you know you can ask. Give me the energy of the question. Give me the energy of the way the question is supposed to come out here. Working on it. Okay. That was hilarious. And in caps. Working on it. Oh, shit. Your Pluto was in your sign. Wow. 11th house. You got to... And Venus is in your sign. Okay, Aquarius. Here's the thing. Because it's going to transform some shit. If you ask, for the better. If you don't, and you continue to assume, you place yourself in a lane of worse. Where now you're not allowing yourself to trust. Because it's going to come back to you. Look at it as, okay, here, this, boom, Aquarius. When it comes to making sure you're not miscommunicating as a result of assumption, look at these situations as a reflection of you. Just so you can get right to it, handle it, and move along. Especially with Pluto coming up. This may have to do with the group of people or something you felt as though was going to be long-term. It's not. And you may have been dragging this energy, hoping for something to change. And you keep seeing the same exact blah, blah, the same bullshit. You know what I'm saying? Show me the energy. You have journey here. Number 2, intuition. Let me see. Journey. Man holding a heart. 245. High priestess, emperor, hierophant. This is about you learning the lesson, but also being a guide of that particular lesson, especially as a medicine guardian. You got the juice, you have the elixir, you have the knowledge that's going to help people. But it's... For some of you, you are connected to someone you've known since you were a child, 3rd house energy from your neighborhood or somewhere close by. Or this has to do with someone you were introduced to by a family member that you've been connected to, that it's time to take a different route. That's specific. It's not going to be for everyone, obviously. Well, shit, okay. Something in regards to 2009 to 2014. My question to you is, you ain't tired? You're not tired enough. So you tired, you allow yourself to get some rest. Some of your sleep patterns are thrown off because of that. Your mental focus has been going through a major test, especially in home matters over the past 13, 14 years. With Neptune and Pisces, that was in your 4th house. Something stopped and started again as of July up until this point. It started again as of July 2025. 6:44. And now you're being given different directions that you can take to change your trajectory, especially if it's throwing off your nervous system. With that 6:44 I'm looking at there. 1844, something that was hidden from you. You hid it from yourself. Why? Why'd you hide it from yourself? Because that's going to clear the assumption. You felt as though this was a soulmate, but they reflected 150-51. They reflected a deeply rooted wound, 551, 5-6, May 6. They reflected someone who's a Taurus or something in regards to your values that are not necessarily your own. You could be a Pluto and Libra generation. Or you could have a parent that's Pluto and Virgo or Pluto and Leo. And their way of perceiving situations, let's say you're Pluto and Scorpio, yeah, you're destroying all of that. But that level of reconstruction only happens once you recognize that this is something that cannot move forward, because it's actually not moving forward. The magician in the mirror, yeah, continuously manifesting what's being reflected back to you. You don't want to see something, you're not choosing to see something exactly as it is here, Aquarius, due to an assumption. You won't be able to do that shit over the next 13, 14 years. If you want the shit to be sweet, you will have to focus on your North Node. You are the star card, and as a major arcana, you have to focus on your North Node, your true north. Let's see. Eve. But this is also connected to number 22. Not here on this card, but 14. That's Temperance energy. Divine feminine awakening. You can't take whoever this is you're deciding you want to take along with you. 152-52. 177. You bite into the apple, you bite from the tree of forbidden knowledge or occult energy, you dive into occult information, you really can't carry everybody with you. Because that level of information is intuitive and emotionally healing specifically for you. I will not, as I would have to do that for every other sign, but the part 1 is there. Part 1 has your that's Scorpio then. Black Moon, Lilith, and Cancer. Honor your emotions. Wow. And look how significant the tree is, though. Something has life to it, something else doesn't. But don't assume that what has no life to it can attain life, because it may have already made a choice within its energy to go along the path of energy being transmuted, to continue down the path of an absence of vibrancy. It's more so directed towards the shadow phases of it. And we have the sacred dark goddess mother, the Black Madonna. Virgo could be significant here. The way to recognize the value of this contract is noticing what's putting you in fight or flight or rest and reset. Exaltation, Master Manifester, 42. What was that? You have to be very mindful of your thoughts and your thinking patterns, Aquarius. Your ruling planet is going to a fellow air sign, so things are going to be moving much faster for you, which is also going to have you moving accordingly. Let me look again here. You can start to see a shift when your ruling planet, Uranus, goes direct on the 4th of February. And then I'm looking for, where you at? It goes into Gemini on the 26th of April. This will be after the full moon in Libra. So there will be I heard a discontinuation of a significant partnership, one-on-one. Let me see. Wow. So for some of you, this could have to do with an ancestor that you've been working with, and you recognize this is where all your troubles is coming from. The image I'm being given here, this is specific. There's an Aquarius that's been having dreams of a particular quote unquote loved one. They're actually against you. Simply stating, they could be a Leo, or this could be a Leo in your life, giving off that energy, because there seemed to be a misuse of power, of willpower. There's too much competition, comparison. That connection is coming to, that shit's going to end by April. You're already seeing the signs of it. You'll actually have a better outcome if you just allow that to be what it is. Because it's going to be just that. Because you're in a position to go through a soul ascension, especially as an Aquarius sun, when it comes to your purpose of assisting humanity. Doesn't mean you have to be connected to people, although that word seems that way. But when I mean, you don't mean, doesn't mean you have to be connected to people, attached to people. You can possibly be doing things behind the scenes here. Becoming whole again. Yeah, becoming whole again through division while also integrating. Literally that. Something becomes much easier for you, especially in matters of emotional clearing. Moon in Aquarius. So, welcome to the rabbit hole. That's what that is. There's a question you ask yourself, Aquarius, and you allow yourself to go into your research about it. And it opens up a portal, giving you answers of everything else you've been encountering. Especially when it comes to the way you value yourself. Venus. Get more acquainted with your Venus placement, Aquarius. Not galactic. I mean, yeah, you are. So a lot of this miscommunication you could have through assumption is because you dim your light. You dim yourself down to people's understanding, when your understanding is futuristic. But future in the sense of you can see it right now, so it's not so much so far out there. The shit right there in front of you. It's right. That's Aquarius. It should be right there. You may not say anything about it. Now that could be another form of miscommunication through assumption, where you put yourself in a position to wait and see if it's going to unfold. And that causes static in your galactic frequency. You already know what's going to happen. You already know what's going to happen. Some of y'all Aquarius has played too much, though. Y'all play too much. What? And Leo being your reflection sign? Yeah. Spirituality and religion. Galactic spirituality and religion. What the fuck is this? What is this? I'm telling you. Yeah. Becoming whole again. Division and integration. Yeah. This. The initiation. Another one. Sagittarius messages is going to be significant for you too. Rite of passage, crossing the threshold. You're closing out a cycle. You're closing it out. I'm not feeling the way this is doing that. Got that over there. Anyway. Knighthood, you're already doing it. Yeah, there goes that. You could be putting the Capricorn into their place too, because they got the Knight card of be brave and honest. This is something with your knowing and your knowledge, it's easy for you to do. But sometimes you could get too connected with others who are overthinking. And there goes, yeah, the star that I told you about. Keep facing your true north. You are. This. Keep facing your true north. Now, the thing about this is that you're wielding in galactic energies, because when in the truth of this sword of a knight and their entire uniform, that whole metal suit, it's magnetic to galactic frequencies and energies beyond this realm. It's about wielding the energy. You got the unicorn here too, on this crest. Purity, wisdom. They call you the water bearer, but what's being poured out is actually air. You have a strong connection to the ethers, which is why there's this level of intensity of words carrying a certain level of consequences for you. The meaning of asking you shall receive, with everything we just stated right now, Aquarius, should mean so much more to you right now. I mean, as always. And if it has always been that way, this is just a rejuvenation or a refresher about that. That's what it is. Allow yourself to be as weird as you are, Aquarius. True definition of weird from its original spelling, W-Y-R-D, means supernatural. Which is why you're the sign of humanity. You move the same way nature does. But you are a super being of that. Why you notice that there are natural disasters and it be fucking people up. Nature can be sweet. Nature can also tear some shit up with people in it. Yeah. It's Aquarius for you. Is that you? Yeah, this is your card. Let me show you this side. Because the other side, well, the other side is fine. So, do you see that? Telling you. The cards, let me show you the cards that are showing up. Every entity knows exactly who you are. You know every entity exactly and for what it is too. Ain't nobody hiding shit from another. But it's just a matter of assuming of, do you see what I see? I know you see me looking at you. Get nobody no more chances though. Nah. No more chances. Archangel Gabriel has a message for you in your dreams. The message has already been delivered about your purpose. It's an ancestor. They came through in the color blue, or you've been seeing a lot of blue in your dreams recently. It's time to let go of the sorrow, pains, and regret and go towards your passion and your love. Literally love. 10 of Cups. This could also be a reunion with your higher self too. Yeah. There was another sign that received a message from the Mystic Oracle. Deck here that I do have. When the Galactic card comes out, I usually... Pleiadians and Ouroboros. Immediately what I got is that you're closing out a cycle in terms of something you're doing as a Pleiadian to go towards what? An Andromedan. So you can be, your nutrition, what you're willing to consume could also be changing here. You could be eating much lighter. There's a lot that you're noticing that you're not digesting the way you used to. Agarthan, yeah. Oh, wow. You could be an Ascended Master Life Path of 11, 22, 33, any double digits, because honestly, it doesn't stop just there at 33. It's 40, it's all the way through 11, 22, 33, 44, 55, 66, 77, 88, 99. Yeah. At least from the way I perceive it. $441, April 4th. April 1st to the 5th could also be significant. To the 16th, April 1st to the 16th. That's all Aries energy. So there's an initiation you're taking. That's Aries. Your words have a consequence. A sign that you receive in regards to something you say that is not in alignment to you, there's a discomfort in your solar plexus and your stomach. I would say to you to be more mindful whenever the sun is in, the moon is in your sun sign, as you would be going through that level of recalibration of awakening dormant cells that allows you to self-heal. Because you only come into this planet, especially with the Agarthans here, with your multidimensional perception. You did get, didn't you get Master Manifester? Yeah, you got manifesting twice with both of these cards. You could be manifesting the precise connection to a soul tribe, also Aquarius, where you are assisting humanity, but also you enjoy what it is that you do, loving people in the same way. The energy of the mammoth is also significant. And looking at that, I got once in a lifetime. This is one of those lifetimes. You only show up in significant energies. You could be a Syrian bee frequency. There's a connection to dolphins and whales. This was a dolphin specifically. The way you are able to master your lessons has a connection to your sonar abilities. You being miscommunication through assumption. This is taken to the other level now. Where you heard what you heard. Don't second guess it. Don't be putting too much logic onto it. You heard what you heard, especially if you're someone who has evolved. You have done the emotional clearing that allows you to have intuitive and emotional healing. Where you're able to separate yourself from situations for you to integrate whatever it is that you must. So that way this level of attunement can become more grounded in regards to your eternal energy and a mantis being. You could have Libra 29 degrees in your chart, which gives you the ability, you can easily decipher the red lettering in the Bible. Your answers have everything to do with the letters that are in red in the Bible. Okay? Matthew. I love this energy. I may even start doing Aquarius readings. And I'm a Sagittarius. Shit. Might do the last four, honestly. Sag to Pisces, God energy, because I ain't doing nothing less. You should have got the memo a long time ago. The fuck? If you didn't, what the fuck is you doing here? Love you, but respectfully, how the fuck you get over here? You doing too much. You got over here too fast. And then then people won't get pissed off and shit when I tell them this ain't the you moving too fucking fast. You put the wrong time on your card. You want it to be in the first heat in the best lane, and you about to get your ass smoked out. What we doing? Run your motherfucking race. Anyway. just that's what I'm so serious though. But look at Wayne ass. 7 of Pentacles, Aquarius, Saturn and Taurus. You've been looking and you've been searching. Look at your face. Looking and searching. Told you you was tired. I'm out. Good night. Observe and chill. Yeah, that part. That's what this one over here doing. Observing and chilling. Until they recognize what the fuck am I still doing here, right? That's that miscommunication through assumption. You thought, okay, shit was gonna get better. All right, you can sit your hopeful ass over there if you want to. This shit ain't going nowhere, okay? It's gonna sit right where the fuck is that right there. Right there. And shit is not moving. That's your fault. That ain't nobody else's fault. All right. Look at you. You know exactly what you came out here to do. You out here messing with peasants. Your ancestors about to bop you in your head. They gonna play you the way they played Bop It back in the day. You keep it up. Bop it. Twist it. Pull it. Dan, 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 dan. And this shit going slow motion. Keep up. Biker Boys, some of y'all need, you should rewatch that movie, Biker Boys. Keep up. Some about to break. Break it. It's okay. This is funny, but it's not. Figuratively speaking, not even figuratively, some of you can notice how long you're in a situation you're not supposed to be in because your skin drying up. Your skin is drying up. Because you're in connection to Uranus, which has to do with the electrical impulses of the nerves. And there's something in regards to the head itself. So this would have to do with who you are and your connection to the trust you have for yourself and where you're placing that trust. Your trust, your value, and where you're placing it, that's the language of the 2nd house and 8th house, Taurus and Scorpio. That's significant here. You may have encountered a lot of Tauruses and Scorpios along your journey, Aquarius, for that particular reason. Saturn, Taurus. Taurus gave you the biggest lesson, or something in regards to the way you utilize your money with the Scorpio, or just the way you utilize your money in connections that you are intimate in. The Queen of Wands on this side. You put a blind eye when it comes to your purpose. You are a whole star out here, moving as though you glitter dust. Glitter dust that don't even twinkle. Stop playing with me. The King of Wands that just popped out too. Day and night. You could have recently been bumping to Kid Cudi. That's the truth. Ace of Swords. Something can change for you that quickly. It's all about the choices you make, though. 77717. My head tingling. Whew. This is you, King of Swords. You know exactly what it is you have to do. I know you ain't sitting out here afraid of your own power. Yeah. Yeah, you are. Let me cover this. They all got their asses out. But you out here afraid of your own power. That's the Judgment card. With this whole... Give me a second. I ain't fucking with y'all. Aquarius, when I come back, this energy better shift, because you hear exactly what the fuck it is we are telling you. Miscommunication through assumption. This is not even about you communicating with somebody. At this point, it's not even about asking the question. It's about the information, the downloads and the uploads that you are receiving and putting into effect through a knowledge base where you know exactly what it is that you're receiving, which means that you ain't asking nobody else, moving as though you are not part of the godhood of the signs of the God frequency of completing a cycle. You moving as though you are Aries right now. It's not shade to Aries. Aries is the baby of the zodiac. It's giving Aries Gemini energy. Just to put the energy of the axis of fire and air into the mix. You could be, in that instance, what's happening, you could really be blaming someone for your past in regards to your own shit. Meaning, you chose them for that particular reason, for them to enlighten you, for you to remember. At this point, it's not even so much a lesson that you're learning. It's an experience that you chose that's going to enlighten you to back to your remembrance of knowing who you are. I'm going to play. I have to use the restroom. Ooh, the chills. I didn't expect the speaker to still be on, you know. This is you again, the Tower. Well, the bridge is this card in this deck. 38. Okay. This is the bridge that you're crossing, which has to do with your creativity, the lessons you've gone through. Don't be afraid to take that leap moving forward. It's gonna actually come out great. Especially if you've taken the leap of faith to, let's say, embark on some level of entrepreneurship. The lessons you've gone through before, especially when it came to what brought you pleasure in life, the words you speak to yourself, because when you did it before, it didn't pan out the way you expected it to. Be careful with those words that you're speaking to yourself moving forward. This is not the same as the previous time. Don't keep yourself out of the cold when it comes to your own endeavors because of where you are at in regards to the way you perceive yourself. I do see here that you are crossing that bridge. This is 11, bringing things to balance, but it's going to require a lot of strength out of you to see how easy it is for you to manifest the reality with many choices that you desire. You have to connect to that mental clarity despite the adversity. Yeah, look, shit, despite the adversity. 38, 38. Let me see. Aquarius, you got this. You do. Just love up on yourself and the conversations you have with yourself. 38, 38. Some of you could have been experiencing quite a bit of tension headaches because your mental focus is really being tested. Head of family, of exiles. That could be a past experience that you are releasing. You did get the galactic card. You could have a connection to Lyrans. Which is why you're here. I can see why you're here. So with that being said, the message is done. We do have your message of guidance though. Hold on, babe. Yeah, funny. That look at dumb got me rolling inside. Oh shit. Aquarius, what's your surrender message? Surrender to joy. Whatever. A key to positive change in your life. I was about to say something. I was about to sing a song, but it's joy to the world. Anyway, a key to positive change in your life is to let joy in and savor it. Joy to the world. Indulge in random acts of smiling during both the hard and easy times. Keep surrendering to more joy. Simply stating and practically stating, this is an energy of not giving a that could have a lot to do with you surrendering to silence. What's this? Just going to help you towards complete healing. Surrender to your passion. Surrender resentment. And your desire to control people. They're not going with you, so you'll be more, gosh. That was a magnetic pull, the way that came through, the way that left. Surrender people who worry too much. Let them worry by themselves. They could be them by themselves over there. Over there. Wherever. Por donde quiera. Wherever they want to go. Pero vete de aquí. Leave. That's it. That's it. Surrender your idea. You can fix this. Because you should be fixed. They want to keep being the pendulum that's being swung. They don't want to control the pendulum in terms of where they are controlling their internal frequency. So surrender your desire to control people or people who use subliminal ways of controlling others. Surrender them. That's real shit. Surrender to receiving support and love, and that's the way they do it. They give off so much support and love, and in reality, they out here, they need to go pray. Pray on somebody else. Because you ain't the one. Because you already know what it is, what type of time they on. Miscommunication through assumption. You already know what type of time. Don't give people chances. Don't give people chances. This ain't coming to America. Go on, honey, take a chance. It ain't that type of shit. Gorilla. And butterfly. Okay? Self-confidence, leadership, responsibility. You are being guided to take responsibility. That shit is loud right now. It's give me a second. It's a little loud. Sounds great, but it's just loud. Okay. That's better. Anyway. Do my shit. Okay. I only turned the water down. Yeah, you turned your emotions off. Shit get the crumbling. All right, you are being guided to take responsibility for yourself and your actions. No barrier can hold you back from becoming your authentic self. Yeah, we're doing that new moon in Capricorn another time. Mañana. Because I'm no longer, that's wild. I'm no longer rushing through these things. I don't ever rush through it. This is significant to you too. It's not that you rush through it. It's just you doing what brings you joy, you know? And keeping that energy steady. Because what brings you joy is also going to bring joy to others too. But if you shift out of that and still doing something that brings you joy, this is when the attraction of an infiltration to the system starts to feel itself. Oh, no, stay the fuck where you was at. Okay? Stay where you was at. You're not welcome here. If you want to come here and get your hiney whooped, then you're more than welcome. Because we're here for it too. Anyway, your path to success is right in front of you. All you must do is open your eyes, mind, and realign with your heart. There's a back and forth of a decision. There's a back and forth of a decision. The answer is no. Not doing the same shit you used to do. The answer is no. Anubis. especially if someone comes in doing the same shit they used to do. With this here divine masculine energy and a child, this person could have a child. They could be sending you a bouquet of flowers, present you with all these type of dreams and all this other stuff about starting a new life. That sounds great, but actions speak louder than words in terms of creating that space that's going to be able to create a solid foundation for that to grow without the same toil and labor one has experienced, you know what I'm saying, in previous lifetimes or in your own energy, you know, not repeating the same cycles of what you experience, because it's so easy to be susceptible to something that you have the capabilities of handling doesn't mean you should. Just because you can doesn't mean you should. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. There's moments where you can be a vulture, but there's moments where you shouldn't. Because you a whole eagle out here possibly being tested by crows. Raise up that elevation. Celestial hierarchy. Ascending the celestial hierarchy is the ad that I'm looking at right now. Ascending the celestial hierarchy. That's an ad. Yeah, that tells you a lot about where my energy is, or even when it comes to my own laptop. Shit, know what time it is. We ain't out here playing around with no fucking muggles. People who don't know themselves and want to argue about not knowing themselves till they blue in the face. You go ahead and enjoy that lifestyle. Respectfully, do you. But don't come over this way with no nonsense. Don't do it. You choose to. Don't tell me to stop when I get going. Because ain't no stopping until I feel as though I'm comfortable enough to stop. That's Aquarius. Love humanity, can't stand fucking people. And Pisces, it's your turn. This is going to be fun. This is going to be fun. Oh, yeah. Pisces, you got Neptune and Saturn and Aries going into your second house. Okay? That's the house of money and self-worth. Values, resources. Spirit just decided to confirm what we were just saying just now. Yeah, never alone. Let's continue. For you, Pisces, with Neptune and Aries going into your second house, it hits an exact conjunction the 20th of February at 0 degrees, womb state energy. Neptune dissolves confusion around your worth and dependence. With Saturn and Aries, it'll be establishing clear valuation of time, energy, and resources. So when it comes to the new earth or an upgraded energy of you connecting to your heart space fully, this is where economy begins inside of you as a result of self-trust becoming the currency. With that being said, what changes for you is that your financial reality comes more into focus because you stop undervaluing yourself, avoiding risk, avoiding responsibilities when it comes to your financials, which means or could be you depending on unstable income streams. So along with your financial reality coming into focus as a change, this also ties to your self-worth, directly connected to the efforts that you put into something and your spending habits, as that will require discipline moving forward. So you're advised to have a plan, value your time and skills, and build resources steadily. Okay? Because again, Neptune is going to be removing distortion of your second house of values, resources, and self-worth, while Saturn seals accountability of your values, resources, and self-worth. Saturn is going to be doing that over the next 2.5 to 3 years. Neptune will continuously be dissolving any distortion when it comes to what's been put in place in regards to your values, resources, self-worth, and money over the next 13 to 14 years. Because we're in Pisces, I can feel how that is plenty. I'm not going to say it's a lot. It's plenty. It's plentiful. Because Pisces is the sign that embodies every other one. Okay? You are every sign. Because once again, when you look at the astrological chart, the elder in regards to astrology is Pisces. You would think it's Aries because it's the first. No, Aries is the baby. So let's keep that in mind. Oh, God. First question I would ask you, Pisces, is what do you believe in? That's who you are naturally. You represent belief. Same as Sagittarius, you both represent belief. As far as Jupiter, because Jupiter rules you too. But you expand that element even more so in regards to spirituality. You are the unseen realms. You are basically the veil behind the veil within a dream state. There you go. There you go. Perfectly stated. As this is a channel that understands, and overstands that what you believe truly is connected to what you know. Knowing is a fact. Knowing is connected to universal natural law. Not every belief system is an actual fact. We can get into the topic of it for you as well, Pisces, the way we got into it with Capricorn. A lot of these sacred texts are allegories. They're not literal experiences, but to each its own based on where they are at and the experience of life that they're having. There are many who are on a level of being an apprentice. I don't look at life as black and white. That chair behind me is black. That's what's black. So that's one factor of the delusional state of humanity. See, in going into Pisces energy, we're going to be talking about all the signs, which is why this is a channel of awareness and accountability, and not a channel of skipping steps and proving yourself to anyone. You're not here to prove yourself to anyone. You're not here for anyone to understand you, because that understanding is a personal journey. You're the one with the heart that you have within your chest cavity. The person next to you does not have your specific heart in their chest cavity. The same with your brain, as far as the physical organs of it, and your sacrum. Your brain, your heart, your sacrum, that's your generator, your operator, and destroyer. Your brain, your heart, sacrum, your generator, operator, destroyer, respectively. That's a great question, though, because astrology, because you just tuned in, is the language of astronomy. Astronomy is the heavens. Astrology is the language of it. Psalm 119, which is the longest psalm, is actually the journey of the major arcana, 0 to 21, or 1 to 22, because the major arcana start from 0. And the final major arcana card is 21. But when you look at Psalm 119, you get the Hebrew chronological order from 1 to 22. The same with the book of Revelations. You can't have a new beginning, a Genesis, without a revelation. So you cannot go through a rebirth without allowing yourself to go through the process of regeneration. See, the ignorant mindset argues in forms of questions, but many are not aware of what's here in this particular moment. This is the age of Aquarius. This is the judgment of man, literally. The judgment of man, the judgment of the mind. Are you renting or do you own your temple? Either way, each side can be put out if there is not a knowing of where they stand within their own dwelling space. We're on Pisces right now. Pisces, you're literally here to make the unseen realm visible. Just through your presence. Literally, the cards is a tool. Because as expressions are coming out, the cards are just clarifying it. Whether if it's something written on an index card, whether if I choose to take my Bible and just scan through it and open up to a page, we're going to be in the same exact energy. Especially as a frequency of a balanced divine feminine, divine masculine that knows oneself. So when it comes to your value, Pisces, Pisces is the sign of the legend. Because when we look at the house that you govern, the 12th house, it's a very strong house of hospitals, prisons, rehabilitation centers, the self-undoing from traumas and wounds, from every aspect of life. Let's not forget that all of the 12 houses has everything to do with what people know as 12 disciples, but it's the 12 disciplines of your mind or faculties of your mind. What's working for you. But if it doesn't work for you, it's working you. And this is where people begin to have the sense of optical destruction. When they can't actually see what's right in front of them or what they're actually seeing. Hence, the constant battle that's been going on here on this planet. Just pure fuckery, if you ask me. Shit's weak. We on Pisces energy. Pisces, you're aware of this. You're very compassionate. But as a fellow Jupiterian energy, I'm going to assist you with the fire frequency. Sit back and just flow with your waters. But that same water can turn into a tsunami or a cyclone if it desired to. Let's not forget it's connected to our earth energy. Virgo. You live in the U.S., there's a reason why that Washington monument 666 feet tall, long, points directly towards the star Spica in the constellation of Virgo. That's why most of y'all don't say what the fuck y'all have to say, even to yourself. 555 feet above ground, 111 feet below ground. So whoever is connected to astrology and tarot, keep doing what you do. Those of you who got something to say about it, the frequency I embody, I'm just this physical presence. It's not a great thing. If you're coming over here to debate or argue, it's not a great thing. This is why I ask how you found this channel. So much so, tuned in with your guardian angel that's helping you when it comes to why you came here and when you leaving. Be on Pisces energy. Saturn, Neptune, and Aries in your second house of values. Before we get to the money, because the money says, in God we trust. So here we are. How much longer does one desire to keep playing this game? That is not actually a fun one because you're susceptible to losing. Shout out to the peace dealer with that Jupiterian knowledge of Sagittarius and again, shared energy, Saturn. Okay, yeah. With Sagittarius and Pisces, we both share Jupiter, and that's that aimbot energy. The shit's gonna come after you the moment you start to go in the direction of send it to me. Okay, motherfucker, you better have the speed endurance, the stamina, the strength, the vertical to be able to handle what's coming towards you now. You better be a lucid dreamer. We're talking about Pisces right now. Oh yeah, I know you Pisces very well. Don't allow people to be out here fooling you with their foolish questions. Because the fool understands the journey of the macrocosm. That's why the fool is the womb, 0, first major arcana. The foolish one is going to judge that fool for taking that journey, not recognizing the fool is actually a guide for them. Because if you look at the fool's clothing is already shriveled up in the sense that it's already gone through a journey. That it's not necessarily repeating, but it's a conductor. When you decide to take on a journey that others don't understand, they're going to call you a fool. But it's the foolish one that calls a fool out of its name from their understanding, which is why a foolish one calls a fool out of its name. It feels as though that they are who they are, being the foolish one. Now, don't get it twisted. You got some awakened Pisces. Yes, you do. Yes, they are. But this message right now ain't got nothing to do with that or them. They won't even show up here because they know better. That's one sign that I know is that knows better. And if they do show up here not knowing better, it's simply because there's something that I'm holding myself back from when it comes to handling that ass. But other than that, we cool. Beyond cool. Beyond cool. Because that's rare. Very rare. That full-on expression in this Pisces energy, it's not so much that Pisces has an in-between in the sense of it, let's say, if there was an in-between, because Pisces are either compassionate or they fucking this whole shit up. You want to talk about a whole different type, that's tsunami energy. That's that day after tomorrow type of shit. That's what Pisces is when enough is enough. The day after tomorrow is non-existent. Tomorrow and the day after. This came out in reverse. But the way we going all the way up and through there, I'm going to show it to you. The same way a wave moves. That's you. You can be a tidal wave. I'm going to give you the tidal wave. We'll do it this way. This season, take care of you. You are in a position to lead the pack. Yeah. You know that, though. By releasing all that no longer serves you, especially while Saturn is in your sign. Neptune has been dissolving all these false ass belief systems based on what people believe in. They don't even fucking know what it is they're believing in. Reading biblical texts, literally, this shit is a whole fucking allegory. It got everything to do with the different systems in your body. It's very easy to say, oh, because we saw this story, they got this in this museum. Age of Pisces, there's a lot of illusions and delusions in place. When the whole entire time, even when we look at this particular figure, to each its own, the way you process that. But depending on where you are at with your, not even so much, but depending on where you are at when it comes to your soul's journey, what you understand about reality here on earth. Again, look at the word earth itself. It's a journey of you reconnecting to your heart space. Because this planet itself, 22244 on the timer, this planet itself is going through its own evolution. It's its own system. And every vessel that's on this planet is moving as a different cell of the planet. The same way cells move around within your vessel, and you have a heart too. Winter. And the summer solstice, the sun. This season could be feeling as though it's summertime if you focus on you, Pisces. Focus on you when it comes to noticing that nothing will come of a situation that is blocking you from your talents, especially in changing times. You could be tricking yourself out, not recognizing the difference between a fox and a wolf, coyote included. With the sun glyph right in that fox chest. If you see a fox, it's just letting you know, reconnect to your mind's eye. Something is within the root chakra and sacral that you're not seeing. What are they not seeing? Let me see, show me. Because it wasn't showing clearly. Yes. Beautifully asked and stated. That was a statement. You asked, but it was a statement. Is it possible that our universe is just a cell similar to an even greater self, much as the universe we experience? Yes, because even when, love these questions, statements, especially during Pisces, it's all connected, especially when it's something that's relevant. For instance, when I'm delivering these messages, yes, I say source, but I also know source is connected to something that is more vast than it. It doesn't have words to express what it is. Humans within humanity have the tendency, because of the way the training system has been locked in place for the past 2,000 years, to explain something, which takes you away from what you're feeling from it. The feeling is the vibration. It's the same reason why when you feel the beat, when you hear music and you can dance to it and you go to the rhythm, many have lost that sense of rhythm because of constantly using words. And when you use words, notice how a lot of these positions or different accolades within the educational system, they see you as a certain type of professional based on the way you can express yourself. And sometimes that comes with being still. You know what I'm saying? So, you're gonna... Oh, shit. As a Sagittarius born the year of the dragon and a life path 22, this experience is funny as fuck to me. This one in particular. The other ones, not so much. This one here, anyway, Pisces, you got the magic guardian. That's all significant. Unlock the magic within. Especially if you're a Pisces born the year of the dragon, 2088, 76, so on and so forth, whatever. Just recently, let me see, we just had 2024 was also a dragon. Unlocking the magic within in that dragon essence has to do with one of the eyes of that ethereal dragon is one galaxy within many. So if you are Pisces born the year of the dragon, different type, fucks with you. Okay? Yes, I do. Listen. This is the moment to no longer hold back. This is also an example of compassion, because notice the way we are taking the journey of the information that is coming through the sign of Pisces. The waves, which is also the way frequency and the vibrations move. The way it's moving, it has its movement to it. It can cleanse you or drown you. Show me galactic energy. The Anunnaki card comes out.
My heart is a God, give me nothing. stop drinking, baby. Take a lot of dates before leaving. It's like an indica, it gets sativa. Anytime that I smoke, these girls been looking like with my teardrops. Is it this or that? If I sick, I find how I feel inside. I will let you know I am super high. I can feel my eyes. They say love is blind, but I can't see you.
Love that. I have a moon in Virgo and a south node in Virgo. So when it comes to the core of the earth, yeah. I only show up at the beginning or the end, and the beginning and the end are simultaneous. So there's that. I usually show up as a Sagittarius on Aries. So we have here the conflict of interest that the collective has been taught between the masculine and the feminine. Prior to that message, we had the magic guardian with this feminine energy, you know, letting you know, Pisces, unlock the magic within you. That has to do with the right side of your brain. The pituitary, that's also the milk. When we're speaking of the land of milk and honey. But it also has to do with your level of receptivity, your ability to receive intuitive downloads. From where precisely for Pisces? Gratitude for the clutch, the Pleiadians, and the Philosopher's Stone. You could have Libra 29 degrees in your natal chart, which is directly connected to the Philosopher's Stone, where you're able to literally express the truth and meaning of a parable or something that is that's not understood because it requires a certain level of courage to ask a question and not necessarily follow based on what's been taught, and not necessarily something that is in connection to universal natural law as to the way it was taught, which doesn't allow you to perceive or see something exactly as it is for what it is, which can also disconnect you from your heart. But if you see it as is and connect to unconditional love, life would excite you more, especially through the processes of transformation, where you can laugh through it. 516, Saturn in Taurus energy, third deacon Taurus. 526, that's first deacon Gemini. Saturn in Taurus, 7 of Pentacles, 8 of Swords. You are in a position to make a choice right now, Pisces, that has you trapped in fear. So you have to get more connected to your Saturn placement. Why you could be subconsciously, and it's coming through your consciousness as to what it is that could be blocking you. You could call it a blockage, but the blockage is fear based on what I'm picking up here. It's not allowing you to process the internal knowing. The knowing's already there. But if it doesn't have a solid foundation to grow from, there's always going to be a separation for you to internalize what that is, so that way you actually know. Energy is always flowing. That's one thing that's inevitable. Earth element. 2011. Neptune in Pisces. Neptune went into Pisces 2011. Earth element. It tested your level of adaptability, survival skills, and reliability before you are able to trust and thrive. And you trusting and thriving, trusting Scorpio energy, going through the transformations of you knowing the value of yourself and where you're placing that value allows you to walk through the threshold, that finish line, into the ninth house of Sagittarius, where now you're able to see. That's the disconnection right there, where it doesn't have a stable foundation. Earth element, Saturn rules the root chakra. You plant the seeds, but the seeds are not comfortable enough to grow. There could be something here also about a miscarriage. You're connected to a specific soul or spirit, soul and spirit within the child that was the experience it desired, was just the planting of a seed. Each one has a decision that they make in regards to how long, not even so much how long. That's more of a human way of perceiving life because of time. But each spirit and soul has a view as to the experience they desire to have, not focusing on how long. And the experience that one chooses to have, it can simply just be, oh, I desire to experience what it is to be a sperm cell going towards the egg. But you as the mother embodying that energy and you find out about it, it hurts because of what the collective has been taught about reality. When every cycle has its own properties and each spirit soul has a connection to each of those properties and which experience it wants to have. Let me tell you something. In bringing this out in Pisces energy, Pisces, you are also one who has gone through experiences that you may not express to people. It's also connected to, not desiring to appear as someone who is looking for someone to vent with. I'm going to put this in a personal experience, and if it resonates with you, so be it. I've gone through situations where people have no fucking idea. They would never know until I tell you. But that allowed me to perceive death the way I do. Not afraid of it. In fact, it's not a worry of mine. Not at all. Because there's been many instances, for instance, I've literally left my body several times within one night in having a repetitive dream. And it started over that same night. Every time I woke up, let me, because I remember it to this day. That shit, it was literally around my Saturn return. This is when I turned 30. Years ago, when I turned 30. Yes, I'm approaching my 40s. It's lit. Okay. So let me count this through. Woke up, bang, 1, 2, 3, 4 times. And I have a Pluto in the 4th house, so that makes sense. And the reason why I know I stepped out of my body is because the blinds of my window were positioned the same way as it was in my awakened state. And I had on the same PJs in this dream state or whatever state I was in. The dream will literally start over. It's basically my higher self was taking me through a journey in and out of my body, on some Do you see what the fuck is going on and why there is no necessity for you to be afraid of any of this? Not to say that I was afraid of, transitioning to another state. Never. But I did have questions as to why the fuck not. What led into that had to do with significant transitions in my life. 1, 5 to 6, which is my grandmother, who I love dearly, my beloved Virgo, who I feel as though and know as though I'm a whole reincarnation of her energy. We share the same type of energy, especially as a moon in Virgo and a south node in Virgo, and she's a sun in Virgo. Her purpose in life is my soul and my past life, as far as that's concerned. Then there was a significant relative that I'm not going to say they left here before time, because everyone, we all choose when we're coming and where we're going. I could say a little bit more to that based off of what I'm aware of. Depending on the lessons you take on and your perception of it, this is what I mean about your destination is it results into your fate. So with that being said, every time you take a turn or you decide to go somewhere, a destination, that's your destiny. And your destiny begins to line up where your fate goes. Or the fate that you experience. There's a reason why you hear this tale about, and the tale is South Node. Once you get the clear experience of your South Node, the tale in details, look at your 6th house for the details. You can see your past, present, and your future. I ain't tell you something. I'm not gonna say it till I got this shit all figured out, but the shit makes sense to me. And the amount of, you know what I'm saying, confirmations that are coming through, I feel as though that's where you resonate with this energy, Pisces. Do you necessarily express this with other people? Fuck no. You're a water sign, so I'm pretty sure you keep that shit to yourself. But at least you hear and you reach the space where you no longer have to do that. Again, this live specifically is from Sagittarius to Pisces. Part 1 has Aries to Scorpio. Okay. So after that, what was that? Then I experienced significant transitions of people who I felt as though whenever I decided of a great accomplishment in my life, they would be there. Everyone that's still living wasn't at the top of that list, respectfully. Love my mama, love my pops, love my bro, love my sis. But they're not the ones at the top of the list, though. And I see why. They play a very significant role. I love them dearly. Don't get it twisted. I don't have to talk to them for months, even years. But fuck with them, you gonna fuck around and find out ASAP. I'm that ninja assassin, literally. Move quietly, quickly, and precisely. And this energy, Pisces, is not about you utilizing external tools either. So right here, in connection to here, and this connection to here happens because everything else below is intact. This shit is solid. Therefore, this could be what places you into a state of solitude, healthy, deliberate solitude. The person that gets to experience you, or the group of people that gets to experience you, is because they're on your level. Yes, they get funky and strange, but we all know water runs deeper than they appear. Love that. Guided by sacred timing. Welcome. Oh, lovely. That was so sweet. The thing with that knowing, Pisces, is that it's very easy to undervalue yourself because it comes with a certain, it's 822. It comes with a certain level of experiences with possibly the past 4 years, 2022, you know, where you've had quite a flash of reality that you've been aware of. As a Pisces, it's so much so your extra sensory perception, because that's who you are. If there's a definition of Pisces, Pisces is extra sensory perception. Your shit is at an all-time high. To the point of, if you desire to connect to a truth of something or to be hidden from it, you're going to receive whichever direction you choose to go in. This is why it's not safe for Pisces to be deceptive towards themselves. I heard you got to be quicker than that, but you also know better than that too. You're the elders of the zodiac. And we put on the water, getting closer to your sign, as respectfully as it should be. Let me continue. We're communicating clearly. Pisces in 3rd house. Aquarius message could also be significant to you too. That's why I said this live is for all signs. I mean, both lives, part 1 and part 2, are for both signs. I'm going to make an adjustment to the title because I don't feel I'm going to be doing the new moon in Capricorn on this live. It may be connected to another message. However, let me see. Because when I get into the urge of listening to music, this is when I know I got to go to TikTok, because that's where I can play my music or whatever and not go through a whole bunch of shit. The TikTok for me is the same as it is here. Alo la Pantera. You all are more than welcome. Because I may have a vibe where I just go into New Moon in Capricorn there. You know, I move the same way the divine does, spirit does, ancestors do. It's either you're there for the message or you're not. Okay? And if you're not there, it's just wasn't the time for it. Don't be out here doing too much with that shit either. Your network is shifting because you're executing on your vision now, especially with this new moon in Capricorn, Pisces. And again, that's for every sign. Although that's the message precisely for Pisces, especially if you're a rising 11th house energy, and the new moon in Capricorn is the 11th house. And if not, my back open. Yeah, you know what I'm saying? Why am I going to this deck? Well, there it goes. Let me see. Be the light, the dark, be the light and the darkness, because be the light is sideways as a challenge. You see, Pisces is the depths of the sea. It's the depths of the sea. Guidance. A whole water animal. Sea turtle. Okay. Ancient. It doesn't want me to say the first one, so I'm not. Ancient wisdom, endurance. You're being guided to clean out your emotional closet, confront your fears, and expand your sense of self. Your mind, body, and soul are intricately intertwined. It's not how you start or how fast you go, but rather how you follow through and execute your plans that will bring you your heart's desires. My eyes are getting teary-eyed for whatever the fuck reason. Fermentation, patience, and maturity. There's great change happening here. Grapes into wine. Celebrate yourself. There's a lot to celebrate here, Pisces. When it comes to you valuing who you are. Honey, you are not normal. You're most welcome. Oh, shit. That was great. Your higher self. This is the answer to articulate. Are you asking articulate? Or did I articulate? What the fuck? Okay. You got 5 and 7. 12. Which is you. You are the hangman. So you place yourself in uncomfortable positions in order to see your higher self clearly. There are, how many people were here? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Well, that's your reflection, Virgo. Why was I just about to say no myoho renge kyo? The dolphins are here. Some of you have Buddhist monk tendencies. You're very peaceful in your nature. 25533. But because of something you've learned with the 55-2 intuitively, you connected to your intuitive messages. Because you've done that, I'm not going to... Because you've done that, what? Now you're just somebody that I used to know. Emperor and Vessel. The letter S. Which one? There's 2 S's. The stillness. Stillness is not the absence of movement. It is the presence of mastery. You don't chase. You are the anchor. As stillness allows your reality to find you. You are the priestess that does not rush. The world bends instead. You've learned that while Neptune and Saturn was in Pisces. Specifically the past 3 years, you've remembered that the world bends to you instead. Because water's in everything, just in different levels of density. You radiate gravity through grounded silence. You are the eye, not the storm. Emperor to God. So there's an evolution of the left side of your head there. Adam. You've gone through a deep cellular change that's allowing you to liberate your truth. connecting to your worth, aligning with balance and your spiritual magic. Black Moon, Lilith in Gemini, Black Moon, Lilith in Taurus is here, Black Moon, Lilith in and Libra. You're connected to your spiritual goal, therefore you are freeing yourself through endings and regenerations. Projection, Black Moon, Lilith in Sagittarius and Pluto. Let's see. I can, I will. You're setting up a meeting with yourself and taking the blindfold off. Boom. When it comes to a specific contract. Personal year, whatever your personal year is also significant. If you're born on the 6th, the 24th, or the 15th, this has to do with partnerships. Cutting the cord right now from partnerships that no longer serve you. 7th or 7 energy. Clearing out the foundations of all beliefs and re-energizing your soul in accordance to a heart as light as a feather. Fuck. Okay. And everything we set up to this point has everything to do with that. Because there's so much in this game of life that it's very easy to place you into a space of specifically guilt and shame, because it's easy to overcome a fear. But it's also easy to not recognize guilt and shame when it's coming up as a fear, when it's literally guilt and shame. It's not the same as fear. Although all three will stop you from doing what it is that you desire to do. That's the only thing they have in common, is that they'll stop you from doing whatever it is you desire to do. This was a deep ass life, man. This is my type of shit, though. Oi. The chills. 834. 2034. Emperor, Empress judgment. Deciding that you're going to be exactly who you are, who you came here to be. Everything is scattered. Some of you have to clean up your space, bring more order to your space, your environment. That's a major key in order for you to process your reality much clearer. Okay, we're going there. It's something I would normally do if I'm bounce. Guided to go there. Oh shit. Way a bit out there. Is it playing though? Oh no, because it's low. Repeat what that was again. I feel the Pisces that doesn't has an issue with expressing themselves is if your moon is in a fire sign. This what I'm saying right now is not an issue for you. In fact, you would be the Pisces sun that I would tell, recognize the type of power you got. Okay? Don't be. That would be the type of energy in regards to, you know, the beginning and the end. 1341 under 459. You know the beginning and the end. However, you can change that based on the way you perceive, because of the way your soul, moon sign, is designed as a fiery element. You can be quite volcanic. Shit can move slow, but it's detrimental. The way that operates in the physical body is that shit starts to progressively get to a point where it's just, now everything that's been held back comes all the way through. It's a fastball. It can even be a curveball where the batter gets hit by a pitch. That's the athlete in me. We always gonna make these type of analogies over here. Because who the one out here with the Hail Mary? Who's out here with the Hail Mary? That's you. That's Aquarius. But along these four, from what we're doing, that would be Aquarius with the Hail Mary. Miscommunication through assumption. When you realize it's miscommunication, you've been assuming it's on some fuck it. You're just gonna throw a long shot. And shit might work out, actually. It might just fucking work out. Because you know, this whole time, as you gone this direction, is exactly where you're supposed to go any old fucking way. Okay. Before I go into my music, you have the 6 of Wands that popped out. Page of Cups. There's information about your victory and success sitting in your subconscious. It's something small, but it's grand. This has to do with the representation of something you experienced in the in the path of your past, in the hallway of your past. In the hallway of your past, where you grew up at. Something about the hallway. In the hallway of your past. Something happened for this. Obviously, something happened in the hallway in someone's childhood that has a direct connection as to why your ass is at a standstill. Something about the hallway, the halls of a mentee, the halls of a mentee, the Magician, Imhotep. Imhotep I just got from that. Where's this victory and success coming from? Northern lights may be visible and usually far south, far south. Once you cut yourself from a certain connection, you'll be able to see your destination of your north node here. This could also be a reconciliation with someone from your past. The Red Hawk, this has to do with divine perception awakening as a result of knowing the obstacles and challenges that leads you to what you came here to master. And it shows a lot in relationships, first and foremost between you and your higher self. That shows itself with a significant other, or one-to-one partnerships in matters of family or career. And here we go with the Saturn and Leo. You're clear about what's been holding you back, what's been restricting you from, you're clear about it. Answers are coming to you quickly. At least that's what the synchronicities are showing you in regards to what has to be cleared out of your foundation when it comes to your beliefs, so that way you can re-energize your soul in accordance to your heart being as light as a feather, because you're in a space of judgment anyway. But you are making a decision, and making this decision not from a space of you being wounded in guilt or shame or fear or doubt or lies or grief. Grief, many people experience when people pass on, and a lot of y'all hold on to, but I wish this person were here. Do you not understand the way that shit holds you back? Because it was very easy for me to do that, which is why we went through that whole spiel about significant people. That one thing right there, which is what all of us have a connection to. There's at least one person that you love near and dear to your heart that has already transitioned. At least one. You know how many people make that shit an excuse? Consciously or subconsciously? And some of you, it has a result. It's coming from the energy of, it could be a person who tells you, well, if I leave this earth, da 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 da. Let me tell you something. If you over here, that means you have an ability to channel people. What you should tell them who wants to invoke that level of energy onto you, well, we'll have a better conversation when you're over there, because now I have a better understanding with those that are already there. And see what said 2042, 1542, 4242. It's a Jackie Robinson motherfucking type of year. Judgment. This judgment card is powerful with this deck. Some of you are holding on to something the way you know your skin changed. It's something you felt as though you emotionally released, but your skin is telling you otherwise. And that's not even fucked up for people to say. 844. Last time we saw 44 was 644. It's not even a fucked up thing for people to say. Once you recognize what they're saying, why they're saying it to you. It's because some of you do have a connection to the dead. The thing with that person is they don't have to rush their journey over there because they over here talking out the side of their fucking mouth for real. You want to see somebody shut up when they say something of that nature to you? Tell them just that. You might not hear from them ever again, and that's when your healing process begins. But also the depths of your shadow work. Uh-huh. Yep, 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 yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. You gonna take this to childhood. Yep, 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 yep. Uh-huh. Uh-huh. Listen, I'm born in the 3 energy, so I'm going to be inner child energy vibration. Now I'm going to be stuck on one thing. If you have the energy of a 3, 21, 12, 30, or 3, you get bored real quick. You're the type of person, you experience a lot of tests in your life when people see that you're doing multiple things at once. It's because your shit can go so many different ways. That's your first sign of you recognizing, all right, you gotta go because you distracting as fuck because you obviously don't know me. So you can go and be more than okay with that. Maybe that's just a Sag in me, but that's also why you're here, for me to share that Sag vibration with you. especially in connection to Jupiter. If you want expansion, you're going to have to integrate the lessons of your life for you to receive your reward. Unless you want Saturn pressing your ass, because it's going to press you every time. Unless you integrate the lessons that you've encountered. It's a different story. Now Saturn and Jupiter moving on the same type of frequency. Not really. Not completely. But you get what I'm saying. So that's never gonna happen. So take it easy. You supposed to be guiding other people, Pisces, obviously. Preaching ass. Your childhood all fucked up. Got the Eye of Ra. Or Horus. Whichever one. I'm not looking into which one it is right now. We ain't doing all that. But who are these two? There's two. There's two, possibly three. Well, that has to do with the Neptune and Pisces energy the past 13 to 14 years, and you're going into a horse year, where the inner child is going to have that level of creativity. Do not back the fuck down from it. Because you've gone through more than enough lessons. Because this is equivalent to the Ten of Swords 2 with this hand symbol here. The break of a new dawn. My name literally means that. Alba literally means the break of a new dawn. That's why you're here. Everything within my name is symbolic of why you're here. The Pantera energy has everything to do with the feline frequency. Your ability to see through dimensions. La, now is coming up. LA, angels, angles, messenger, Mercury and Sag. You're here for that reason. For you to see the bigger picture, which you already have in the details that you may be sitting there holding on to. Well, I don't know. You fucking know. Don't play with me. That's why I be blocking people real quick. They go with this. Oh, well. Some of you got to get out of a situation because this landed this way on the ground. The tower moments that you're realizing where you wherever the fuck you keep sending your owls to, it's funny that that's actually something that's happening on TikTok in terms of the owl expression of different dialects or countries. As far as the owl impression of DR, the owl impression of DR would be uh-oh. But you surprised somebody said some shit to you that they knew that they wasn't supposed to say to you. Uh-oh. As a child, and your parent tells you that, and you Dominican, you know you about to get your ass whipped because you know you said something you wasn't supposed to say. I'm just saying. That's when I got my ass whipped with a wicked ass belt. I come from that generation. We get whipped by belts, and ain't nobody calling no fucking type of company talking about their abuse. Ain't nobody helping. Okay. That's why I don't be tolerating people either, too. I don't be tolerating people's shit. But I chose that frequency for a reason, so I could be this way when it comes to this particular energy, and you know what I'm saying? I'm talking to y'all. Anyway. Six of Cups and the Nine of Swords. You're looking at a past life shadow. I'm coming home, coming home. Tell the world that I'm coming. That home is gone though. Whatever this past life energy of anxiety and this repetitive energy of things that used to happen in the past. That shit need to go out the window. It's a need. It's a need because you're lacking to see the truth that's going out of the window, Pisces. But it's leaving. It left already. It left already. Yes, you are the sign of, imagination, Wingardium Leviosa, if you want to call it that. However, the shit gone. There's not a broomstick or a Nimbus 5,000, 100,000 that's gonna help you right now. Not one. Your owl either. Your owl is about to be on your ass, asking who you playing with, me or you? Because they said, "I'm knowing to fuck me." Because an owl can hear your heartbeat without you hearing your own heartbeat. So who you? This could be people around you where you know what I'm saying? Stop letting people play with you. Yeah, Pisces, you allow people to play with you. That's on you. And don't ask questions later about, but why the fuck? You know why. This is why a lot of y'all Pisces don't have Sagittarius around you. We come from the same planet originally, but you want to be a modernized ass, whatever the fuck Neptune energy you want to be. All right, go ahead in your delusion. You still gonna get your ass spanked. Love you, Pisces. Okay, but we have to have a conversation. That was not me. It ain't got nothing to do with me. Okay, I'm just the messenger. Don't play with me. Lights is on in the city too. Shit is lit, actually. The lights is on in the city. You can still see the stars. You're still visible. You're still visible. Even through all of this nonsense. Yeah, you are. But just be mindful of that. Because, yeah, there are vampires that can see you and will leech the fuck on out of you. Yeah. Pisces. Four-leaf clover. 2, 6 of Pentacles. Reciprocity. I feel as though this has more to do with the proper exchange. Not so much equal exchange. Proper exchange of energy. You are a once-in-a-lifetime experience to anyone that encounters you in your higher self. And your lower self, you deserve to be encountered by bums. Yes, you do. And there goes the fox. Foxy? But the fox, was that you? Yes, it was you.
That's what I said. The blind must be led, the hunger must be fed. Hey yo, I'm looking through a Holy Spirit. Hey yo, nobody cares. Am I your enemy? Give us a better way. Things are really bad. The only friend I know is this gonna end. Listen to my voice. This is not a threat. Now you say the line. Are you worried yet? You be talking about you want the one to see, but when you show so, we will show you peace. Look into my mind. Can you see the world? Can you tell that I wanna help myself? But if it happen that I stick you for your game, don't be mad at me. It's a survival thing. Look into my heart. I can feel your fear. Take another look. Can you hold my stare? Why are you afraid of my younger face? Or is it this thing punching in my ways? Look into my eyes. Tell me what you see. Can you feel my pain? Am I your enemy? Give us a better way. Things are really bad. The only friend I know is this what I have. Listen to my voice. This is not a threat. But now you say the nine. Are you worried yet? You've been talking about you want to cease. But when you show so, then we will show you peace.
That's what you got to tell whatever this is lurking that got you in sleepless nights. This is Bounty Killer. Look into my eyes song. Some of you already know it. Gratitude for the makeup brush. Some of you waking up, losing sleep, losing the perception of your own mindset, Pisces. Serious. The reason why you're not doing this now is because you have a past lifetime where your head got off your shoulders in a past life. Which is why you can't see yourself clearly. That's where that tension headache was coming from. Severe, you're experiencing those same type of people this time. Severe consequences are inevitable as long as you embody cosmic law. And anyone in the void for trespassing, that's a whole ass fucking no. For some of you, this could be family members that you manifested into this lifetime where you wanted to conclude the energy of, I should have not said what I said about you. And any type of cleanse, false cleanse that they've used to get you out of your energy is binding them. You giving out info tonight? Take that shit somewhere else. You going into the abyss. What's your name? Lil G151. Yeah, you spiritually going to the abyss. I ain't playing right now. We get into the wee hours of the night, dude. Telling you, the past 13, 14 years as a fire sign while Neptune was in Pisces, we're taking it easy. Leave me the fuck alone. Now, leave me the fuck alone. Because I'm not going to be as... Some already got that test. This is significant to you, Pisces, too. Or some already got the repercussions of fucking with you. The shit ain't light. You lose everything around you fucking around. You want to find out. And people do that subliminally in ways where they don't recognize that that's what they're doing. This is why I say be mindful of the spaces that you go into. Don't come up to a mountainous space to an oracle or a seer because you know somebody. This ain't about who you know. This is about, do you know yourself? If you don't know yourself, you won't get yourself caught up energetically by universal law, because that's just what a high vibrational frequency vibrates off of. It's just that simple. It's really just that simple. So best I leave that. Hey, if you know yourself better than you know yourself better. That's why I give people the warning. It's not that I don't desire to have people here. However, I can't operate that way. I'm not gonna be lenient with my The past 13, 14 years, that you could do that. Now, no. Nah. That's why a lot of these energies with people asking questions about stupid shit that they got no information about, or talking shit about shit that they don't know information about. Y'all thought 2020 was bad with people dropping as if it was fucking flies? Okay. The righteousness will always prevail. I'm telling you. Because the truth is still connected to how far people had to travel. Once they recognize that the travel becomes a shorter distance when they make that travel within themselves. As long as you're looking for a savior outside of yourself, your journey is going to be longer, which is why seers and oracles are always in distant, remote places where you would have to go through a treacherous travel to even see them, the real ones. Such as self. The way I move in that energy is through sensing the way people express themselves. I express myself a certain way. It comes from a certain way of vibrating within this frequency of this realm. It's a knowledge that I have. That doesn't mean you have to move that way. If you're moving through that energy falsely, you're going to fuck around and find out sooner than you have to. It always happens. And I warn people about this shit all the time. But when people desire, or want rather, when people want, because when they're connected to their desires, they're not going to force themselves into this frequency. But if they want something, they show up here, they stay a little bit longer than they're supposed to. And don't take heed to information. Shit gonna turn out a certain way. Before, I used to express this information on lives and I would tear up about it. Because that was part of my journey where I was tired of people just feeling as though, oh, she just saying this. Until something that you hold near and dear to you, you can no longer experience in the physical leaves. I would have much rather be a professional athlete. Easily. But that's not what this lifetime is about, though. But that same sport is also assisting me to remember what I'm here to help the collective with in terms of reconnecting with the rhythm of universal and natural law. Not your 10 commandments and not your constitution. Because that shit is not even put together either. So much so, they go into a raw energy backwards, but they're not the ones fighting their own fucking battles. They got other people fighting their fucking battles. Make that shit make the fuck sense, first and foremost. Grown-ass fucking men who can't solve they shit, sending other people to take in a lower dimension of a frequency as to what we're talking about in terms of people living an experience of life. Yeah, they got their remote viewer, the remote viewers, they psychics, they astrologers and all that.